Good afternoon to all participants from Greece and the regional countries, and good morning to those who are watching us from the United States. I'm Elias Spirtounias, Managing Director of the American-Hellenic Chamber of Commerce, and on behalf of the Chamber and the co-organizer, the Hellenic Association of Energy Economics, I welcome you all to the 4th Annual Southeast Europe Energy Forum that is taking place at the beautiful city of Thessaloniki. Due to COVID-19 restrictions, the forum is being held in a hybrid format, meaning that some of the participants will be physically present at the venue and the rest will be digitally connected. As I speak, I'm digitally connected from my office in Athens. Having said that, we ask you in advance your understanding in any case of slight discrepancies in the flow of the program. The forum is organized in partnership with the 3rd consecutive year with the Atlantic Council and for the 1st year with the U.S Chamber of Commerce. We deeply thank both organizations for their partnership and contribution. Every year, the forum hosts prominent speakers from Greece and abroad. The same this year as well. We have an exceptional lineup of speakers with high expertise who will analyze and discuss all the latest developments concerning the energy sector from every aspect and angle. We heartily thank all of them for their valuable participation. Now, we want to thank the sponsors of the forum, first, the Platinum Ones, National Bank of Greece, Gastrade, and Public Power Corporation, and second, the gold ones, Hellenic Petroleum, Energy Exchange, and Blink of Unisys Grip. Also, our communication sponsors, Real News, Capital GR, Voria GR, TV100, Radio Thes, Mac Thes, Energy In, Energy Press, and Energy World. We deeply appreciate their contribution. Lastly, we want to thank all of you who are watching the works of the forum, either physically or digitally. Now, I will pass the floor to Mr. Nikos Bakatselos, President of the American-Hellenic Chamber of Commerce, for his welcome remarks. Mr. President.
Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 4th Southeast Europe Energy Forum. It is a special pleasure to welcome you this year, as we're honored to have with us not only the Atlantic Council, but also the U.S Chamber of Commerce, as well as a number of representatives of the American diplomacy in the region, making it the largest American presence at this particular conference that we've ever had. And this in itself has a huge symbolism, as it demonstrates the importance that the energy sector in the southeast of Europe and the southeastern Mediterranean in general has for the United States, especially in the current situation, with all the implications that this has for the geopolitical chessboard. The interest is there, and it has been confirmed both by the ambassador to Greece, Mr. Jeffrey Pyatt, and by a number of U.S. government representatives that our chamber had the honor to host in several discussions with our company's members and during the energy panel discussions in June this year. Moreover, a strong proof of this importance is the fact that energy is one of the 5 pillars of discussion in the framework of the strategic dialogue between the US and Greece. Given that energy security and stability are top priorities, the forum will focus on the new energy landscape in Southeastern Europe, as well as on the transatlantic energy relations, investment, highlighting regional alliances and partnerships. As we currently go through a very critical period, the policies being developed in Southeastern Europe in relation to energy are largely determining geopolitical developments. Developments that have set the countries of Southeastern Europe and Southeastern Mediterranean as important players in shaping the European Union's energy strategy. The shaping of the new energy landscape, which will be governed by a series of institutional changes, as well as the achievement of goals that reform the energy mix by increasing the integration of renewable energy sources, necessitates that the countries of the region have to successfully handle challenges and development opportunities, and I'm glad that we will have with us the Energy Policy Director of the European Commission, Mrs. Christina Lobilo, to present the EU vision for energy. At the same time, it is important to underline that we will listen to the positions and the dialogue between the ministers of the wider Southeastern Europe region, which makes the conclusions that will emerge very interesting and important for the aforementioned developments. Conclusions that should not ignore the wider US role in the region through the great contribution to strengthening regional cooperation the provision of high-level know-how in research and development, and of course, ensuring energy security and stability. These make the US a very important strategic partner and ally for our country in the wider context of the balances and developments that are taking place in the region, and we expect to be expressed by the American ambassadors to Greece, Bulgaria, Northern Macedonia, and Serbia, who will have the pleasure to host today. Ladies and gentlemen, as far as our country is concerned, I think it is now clear that Greece has already entered the energy map, strengthening its role as an energy hub, and the Southeastern Europe Energy Forum 2020 creates the conditions for a comprehensive and effective dialogue. Based on the projects for the construction of gas pipelines and given the progress towards their completion, our country is emerging as a key hub for energy transfer, thus strengthening its geopolitical position, political power and influence, and improving its economic standing. At the same time, the discovery of significant hydrocarbon deposits in Israel and Cyprus, the signing of the East Med pipeline, the expectation of exploitation of similar deposits in Greece, and the creation of exclusive economic zones with Italy and Egypt have changed the balances and present a great opportunity for our country. The Greek government has successfully promoted a series of collaborations and alliances in Southeastern Europe, achieving to further enhance the role of Greece in the region. I expect that the pro-investment policy which is being pursued will bring new incoming investment, a fact that will contribute substantially to our economy. Investments in energy and major infrastructure projects can be supported by agencies such as the U.S. International Development Finance Corporation, as well as the international and local banking sectors. Therefore, I'm glad to host today Mr. Makari, as well as the CEO of the National Bank of Greece, Mr. Pavlos Mylonas, who will share with us their insights on energy investment financing. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to have a very interesting forum, and I hope that you enjoy the constructive dialogue. I thank the Hellenic Association for Energy Economics for its cooperation in organizing this forum, the Atlantic Council and the U.S. Chamber of Commerce for their strategic partnership, the ministers, all of the speakers, the sponsors, and of course, all of you for your presence and support. In closing, I would like to make a special mention to our constant and always reliable partner, the U.S. Ambassador, Mr. Jeffrey Pyatt, the teams at the Embassy in Athens and the Consulate General in Thessaloniki, and of course, our Chamber's executives, and especially Aggeliki Dikioulya for their support in this project. Thank you very much.
We thank the President of the American-Hellenic Chamber of Commerce, Mr. Bakatselos, and now we pass the floor to Dr. Kostas Andriosopoulos. He's a professor of finance and energy economics of ESCP Europe Business School and chairman, of course, of our energy committee of the AmCham-GR. Mr. Andriosopoulos, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Ilya. It's my turn now to welcome everybody at the fourth Southeast Europe Forum. It is a landmark event which is established around the International Fair of Thessaloniki, which under the circumstances that we live, obviously we have to rethink a little bit the model. That's why we are also doing this conference in a hybrid mode, as Ilias and Nicholas were explaining before. My special thanks to the Hellenic American Chamber of Commerce for the collaboration and for building up this and making this conference a reality, even under these circumstances. And of course, our strategic partners, the Atlantic Council and the U.S. Chamber of Commerce. We have a lot of developments. There are a lot of things that have taken place since the last time that we have gathered here in Thessaloniki. Thessaloniki is the place for us to organize this forum because we believe in its strategic location, the strategic location of the city. Greece is at the heart of a lot of energy-related developments, and we believe that it can be developed as a great hub both for natural gas or electricity markets. There are a lot of developments around the establishment of the Hellenic Energy Exchange and the fact that we, as Greece and as a Hellenic Energy Exchange, can play a more regional and broad role of the whole region in the Balkans and abroad. We have recently passed a new law around electromobility. This is a very big development for the Greek energy market that has revolutionized this sector, if you wish, for Greece. And this is one of the topics that we will be discussing later on. We have the honor to have with us the Secretary General, Mitsotakis, who has been not only a promoter, but a real believer of e-mobility for many years. And we see this dream becoming a reality here for the Greek energy market. And we will be discussing all the developments around that. Very interesting discussions that will follow up in terms of the geostrategic and position of Greece and the geopolitical developments that we see in the whole Southeast Europe and Eastern Mediterranean region. With Ambassador Payet, which we have to thank again, also personally myself, as Nicholas had just said earlier, who is a very strong supporter of the initiatives of the Chamber and, of course, of all the discussions that are taking place around energy issues. Of course, we will be discussing as well all the developments in terms of financing tools, instruments, and ways of promoting all this green energy agenda that exists at the forefront of the discussions. Recently, we had the National Energy Plan for our next 10 years. And this plan has very strong ambitions set around energy efficiency, around renewable energy penetration. And these are discussions that we will be having with a very strong panel that we have scheduled for today, where we will be looking at all these latest developments. So without further ado, I will like to thank everybody again, all of those that you are here physically present at the venue, and of course, all of our friends that are watching us online on the special platform that we have created for this event. So with this, I will give the floor back to Elias to continue with our greetings. Thank you.
Thank you, Kostas. It's a pleasure now to pass the floor to Mr. Damon Wilson, Executive Vice President of the Atlantic Council. As we mentioned, for the third consecutive year, Atlantic Council is a partner for this event. Damon?
Thank you so much, Elias. It is such a pleasure to be with you, and I'm delighted this is the third year the Atlantic Council's joined you. Thank you, Nicholas Kostas, for your kind words. I'm joining you here from Washington, and it really is our pleasure to partner with all of you and our particular partners that we've worked with over the years at the American-Hellenic Chamber of Commerce on this Southeast Europe Energy Forum. I wish I could be there in Thessaloniki with all of you in person, but I'm looking forward to our conversations virtually. In part, I wish I could be there because I think this is a period of a great opportunity for Thessaloniki. I think this is an opportunity for the city to continue to emerge as a gateway to Southeast Europe, to the Western Balkans, and to build on much of the progress that we've seen in the region of connecting the port to the region as many of your neighbors are making more progress on economic development and moving towards the European Union. For us at the Atlantic Council, Southeast Europe has long been a priority for the Council, and we're delighted that this is the most significant U.S. presence in this gathering to date. I'm delighted that we'll be hearing from U.S. ambassadors through this program as well. For us, Greece has been a key partner. It's obviously a key NATO ally, a strategic partner for us to build common strategies on the Western Balkans and Eastern Mediterranean. It's been a linchpin in diversifying Europe's energy supply and ensuring its security, and I hope a growing partner in trade and investment as part of a transatlantic post-COVID recovery plan. We've been delighted to spotlight this strategic priority as we've hosted your eloquent Prime Minister Mitsotakis, with our business leaders, our International Advisory Board in New York last September on the margins of the UN meetings there. And in a public town hall that was just wildly popular with our audience in Washington the beginning of this year, thankfully before the lockdown and in person. Our programs and centers across the Council have built a really important network of engaged stakeholders that know that this region is key to security and prosperity of the transatlantic community. In particular, a robust security energy sector is crucial to that economic prosperity and political stability. Our Energy Center has just released a fairly significant report that outlines the importance of transatlantic energy cooperation, and we plan to follow that up with some of our continued work at the Council. This is a pretty volatile time for the region, for the transatlantic community, for my own country as we're in the midst of an election. But one of the things I'm proud of is that we see here in a bipartisan way the importance of our relationship with Greece. We've seen that take expression through the East Med Act that's enjoyed support here in Washington. But we do recognize that there are challenges right now. We're watching, obviously, the arguments over maritime claims and the tensions in the East Med. We're dealing with COVID-19 and how it's disrupted our normal operations. And we've got to face head on this economic downturn from this crisis and figure out long-term consequences that are only becoming apparent right now. But part of our task is to find the opportunity. And this is why we've been pleased to see steps in that regard. Just last week, the U.S. government lifted restrictions on the direct commercial sale of non-lethal security items to the Republic of Cyprus. This is increasingly the normalization of this important partnership in the Eastern Med. We've seen your partners and neighbors in the Western Balkans move forward in their commitment to integration in the Euro-Atlantic community. We've been working with the Western Balkans 6 to help remove obstacles to greater economic integration and development in a way that I think can provide real opportunities for Greek trade and investment in the region as a region. And we've seen the EU pass a landmark recovery package, which I think really offers Greece some opportunities on green finance, a particular study that our team is going to be taking forward to see how this opportunity can be leveraged in the Greek market. And we're pleased to see the Development Finance Corporation here stepping up, whether it's $1 billion commitment to the 3Cs initiative and its energy diversification, or increasing commitments across Southeast Europe that we saw when the leaders of Serbia and Kosovo were in town last week. For the Atlantic Council's part, we've deepened our engagement and presence, and we're delighted to have hosted Mayor Bakianis of Athens and welcome the city of Athens as a founding partner in our Extreme Heat Resilience Alliance that's going to be focused on combating urban heat, with Athens as a lead case study. And to welcome to our team, our senior advisor on the ground there in Athens, Eleni Mirivili. We're delighted to have her on board. So the Council's been partnering with government, business, civil society stakeholders throughout Europe and Washington to help build on this constructive engagement. And we're delighted to be partnering with the AmCham to continue this. My own board, I just want to acknowledge our board members with close ties to Greece: Kostas Pantazopoulos, Harry Sikinis, Dimitri Papalexopoulos, and of course our own senior fellow Katerina Sokou and director of our Europe programs, Ben Haddad, who will be with us in this program. There's a terrific lineup. We're going to hear about the energy vision of the EU, the financing of energy projects, how to facilitate energy cooperation beyond borders. And I'm proud to say we'll talk about how the United States and Southeast Europe can work together on these initiatives to come out of this crisis as resilient, committed partners. And part of this is made possible because we have extraordinary representatives on the ground in Athens for the United States, Ambassador Jeff Pyatt, as Greece does here in Washington with Ambassador Alexandra Papadopoulou, who's become a wonderful partner of the Council. So I look forward to hearing from all of you today. I look forward to figuring out how we use this forum to think about concrete steps to advance transatlantic energy cooperation in Southeast Europe. Back to you.
Thank you, Damon. Thank you for your kind words and also for your great collaboration with our AmCham. I will pass now the floor to Mr. Christopher Guth, who is Senior Vice President of Policy Global Energy Institute of the U.S. Chamber of Commerce. As I mentioned before, the U.S. Chamber of Commerce is partnering with us for this forum for the first year, and we hopefully that the collaboration will continue the next forum to come. Christopher, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Elias. Good afternoon, and welcome to the forum from Washington, D.C. Looking at the agenda, you're in for a truly exciting discussion of the role that energy plays in the region. The U.S. Chamber is delighted to sponsor this forum, and I'd also like to thank the American-Hellenic Chamber of Commerce for its ongoing partnership, both in the region as well as back here in the States. Today, September the 11th, is a tragic day in American and world history, and one that we will never forget. The events that occurred 19 years ago brought the need for security to the forefront in our policy dialogue in a way like never before. And part of that discussion invariably included the need for energy security as well. I'm thankful to note that according to the U.S. Chamber's annual Energy Security Risk Index, the U.S. is more energy secure than any other time in our history. For that, we can thank thousands of engineers and scientists who took risks and developed the technology we needed to turn a corner and transform from an energy importer to the largest producer of energy in the world. Today, in 2020, we find ourselves in the early stages of a macro shift in how we produce energy, but also how we use it. The need for energy security, as well as the need to reduce and eliminate greenhouse gas emissions to address climate change, are one of the greatest challenges of our time. And once again, technology stands at the center of the discussion as true test of global cooperation, but also a tremendous opportunity. America's business community will continue to rely on our partnership with the EU and the member countries in this region as we collectively overcome these challenges together. I very much look forward to today's forum, and thank you for your participation.
Thank you, Christopher. Thank you for being with us today, and also thank the U.S Chamber of Commerce for its continued support and affiliation with our chamber. Now we start, the program after the introductory remarks, and it's a pleasure to host Ms. Cristina Lobillo, who is Energy Policy Director of the European Commission. She will have a conversation with Benjamin Haddad, Director of Future Europe Initiative from the Atlantic Council, and it's time to hear the views and the visionary, plan of the European Union regarding the energy sector. Ben, the floor is yours.
The U.S. Hellenic Chamber of Commerce. I'm Ben Haddad. I'm the director of the Future Europe Initiative at the Atlantic Council in Washington, D.C. And it's always a great pleasure to work with you and to be with you from Washington. You know how important the U.S.-Greece relationship is for the Atlantic Council. I'm joined today by Cristina Lobillo, who is the Director General for Energy Policy at the European Commission. We know that energy has been a priority for the European Commission in the last few years, obviously with the launch of the third energy package to really have a common market for energy. We have also seen that the environment has been a great priority with the launch of the Green Deal by the new President of the European Commission, Ursula von der Leyen. So we'll talk about this with Cristina Lobillo. I know that Cristina has some opening remarks, and then I think we can turn into a conversation.
It seems we have Ms. Lobillo hasn't yet connected. They're telling me from the room. So Ben, how are you, by the way?
We are well. We are well. You can see that we are still teleworking in the United States, and we obviously are following very closely what's coming out of Europe and the recent development as well in the Eastern Mediterranean.
So I guess, as Damon said, there are too much ground, for many projects here. I'm glad that part of it is okay. Ben, the floor is yours. Welcome, Ms. Lobillo.
Thank you.
Hi.
Welcome, Cristina. I was saying a word about how energy and the Green Deal has been a priority for the new European Commission, and so I wanted to ask you about this. What are the key priorities related to energy for the Commission? I know you've prepared some remarks to give us a sense of where the von der Leyen Commission is headed.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you very much for your introduction. And dear members of the American Chamber of Commerce and dear guests, thank you very much on behalf of Commissioner Kadri Simpson for this invitation and for giving us the opportunity to present some of the most recent policy initiatives of the European Commission that are the base of our energy vision for the European Union. In order to put this vision into context, allow me a few moments to describe the European Commission views for the EU energy sector, and also the generational challenge that we face in the process to decarbonize our economy. In December last year, the new Commission, President is Ursula von der Leyen, presented the priority of the European Green Deal. And this is a transformative agenda to combine different policies to tackle climate change. The purpose is also to reverse biodiversity loss and to eliminate pollution by moving to a more circular economy. The supply of clean, affordable, and secure energy is at the heart of this agenda. But the Green Deal is more than that. It's also the Europe New Growth Strategy, a strategy where environmental, economic, and social sustainability go hand in hand. The post-COVID-19 economy recovery and also the transition to a sustainable, socially fair, resilient, and climate-neutral economy can and should go hand in hand. The massive investment needed to kickstart our economies must relieve the burden from the shoulder, not to make it heavier. And this is why our recovery plans in the European Union should be designed as a once-in-a-generation opportunity to build back better and invest in an economy of the 21st century. The European Union has strongly reconfirmed the commitment to a green, digital, and resilient recovery, strongly embedded such criteria in all the proposals that we are preparing now to make this investment doable. Our green economy recovery agenda is driven by specific evidence and economic logic. The European Green Deal and the digital transformation are a growth model for a more sustainable, inclusive, resilient, and future-proof economy and the reinvigorated single market within the European Union. Allow me to focus on the three main points today. The first one is the impact that the COVID-19 has in the energy sector. The second is our European Union recovery plan. It has strong links also with the energy sector. And thirdly, I will mention very briefly all the different energy initiatives that the European Commission has recently adopted, and also all the initiatives that we are now preparing for being adopted in the next months. So allow me to start by the COVID-19 and all the effects that this pandemic has had in our economy, and in particular in the energy sector. Our society and the economy need stable and secure energy at all times. But the current pandemic is a clear reminder of how vital the reliable access to energy is for citizens and business, hospitals, and other essential services. The whole world has been affected by COVID-19 virus, with nearly all countries implementing lockdown and quarantine measures, and this has led to a reduction in the energy consumption. The European Commission and the Member States, the European Union, the authorities, we have been working together to monitor the evolution of the situation, and in permanent contact with energy services operators and the relevant stakeholders. This refers not only to ensuring the security of our energy supply, but also to assess the impact of the crisis in the medium and long terms. During the COVID-19 crisis, the energy system in Europe has proven to be resilient thanks to the well-functioning internal energy market and the robust preparedness and business continuity measures in the sector. Nevertheless, it's important to remain vigilant and to respond timely to the evolving situation. This includes returning to normal operation and catering for an increased energy demand. Preserving the free movement of specialized energy workers and keeping essential transport flows prove also to be one of the priorities to keep the internal market efficient. Attention is also needed on the functioning of the critical supply chains to carry out works and repairs on production facility, including the renewable sector, the transmission lines, and many others. In the Commission, we took action to address these aspects. In particular, we published a list of guidance and good practices to address the pandemic risk in the energy sector. And we also launched a map of critical supply chains for energy technologies, supporting the clean energy transition, and to identify all the measures for improving their resilience against the pandemic and other potential threats. Let me now turn into the economic recovery, the plan for the recovery of our economy. This plan was agreed by the European Council, by our leaders in July, and this plan aims at stimulating the economic recovery across the European Union to respond to the current crisis, and this recovery has to be underpinned by three main drivers, which are the Green Deal, the digitalization, and the resilience. The Next Generation EU Recovery Plan is an unprecedented answer to an unprecedented crisis. This is a defining moment, not just for us, but for the generations to come. The energy policy, and in particular the clean energy, is a cornerstone of the recovery plan. While the financing instrument for the recovery are mostly horizontal, energy investment within the framework of the key upcoming energy initiatives can be supported by various sources. For the recovery package, the European Council has decided that 30% of all the amount will be earmarked for delivering the climate goals of the Green Deal. And all the investment will need also the investment done under the Next EU Generation will have to be done by respecting the principle of do not harm. Energy investment and the reforms can have also substantial positive contribution to the recovery. And here there is a big potential of job creation, and in particular in areas where we will be closer to citizens, to the local administration, such as energy efficiency and the building renovation, and others that could be of bigger dimensions, such investment in grids and renewables. Let's say that this new EU generation facility aim also to allow member states to support investment and reforms, but including all the investment that have an angle on the energy transition, on the green transition. And here we could cover energy sector, but of course also transport, agriculture, and many other sectors. We have a key initiative in this context as well that I want to mention, because it's also fundamental for the European Union. This initiative is the Just Transition Fund, which under the proposal will have now 40 billion and will help to facilitate the transition to those regions in the European Union that are still very dependent of coal and are somehow carbon intensive regions where transition will mean a big challenge for them. So we are also proposing also to strengthen the Invest EU facility, rather to support the private investment. And I think that this is a very, very interesting framework that will help the recovery of the economy by both ensuring that this recovery will be sustainable, but we cannot forget that we are engaging the future generations. So we are talking about 750 billion that will be borrowed from the capital markets and will have to be paid by future generations. So this is the reason why we cannot pay twice. We had to invest this money in the new, clean, modern technologies, in green transition, in order to allow also the next generation to be fully profiting the benefits of the green transition. We have also a part of the economic framework. We have also foreseen some initiatives that we have already adopted in the European Commission, the College of Commissioners. Some of this initiative has already been adopted, and I want here to mention our communication on hydrogen, the hydrogen as a new technology that could be also boosted in the future, the small sector integration, and we are now preparing a new initiative that our Commissioner Kadri Simpson will present to the college, to the commissioner for adoption, and we are working on a very interesting initiative, which is the renovation wave. And it's about renovating buildings in the European Union. You may know that 70% of our buildings are not efficient from the energy point of view. So we are trying to propose measures to accelerate all these changes that had to be produced in the following years. We are also working in a very interesting initiative that is the offshore strategy, the offshore wind strategy in the renewable sector. And I think that this really responds to the philosophy that we really need to have to boost the production, the consumption of the renewable energies in the European Union, and also the need also to make our citizens aware of the benefit that this this energy transition could have also on the day-to-day life, because they could have even consequences in the quality of the air and on many other aspects. Allow me to focus a little bit on the two initiatives that has been already adopted, and I briefly mentioned the hydrogen and the energy system integration. And here I think it's important to give you some information. Is that energy, as you know, is responsible for 75% of greenhouse gas emission. And if we want to achieve climate neutrality, that has also been endorsed by our political leaders. So this climate neutrality, we have the commitment in the European Union to achieve this climate neutrality by 2050. So we need to rethink the way that our energy system work. So here, we see that today our energy system still built on several parallel and vertical energy value chains. And let's say that this model of separate silos cannot deliver a climate neutral economy because it's technically and economically inefficient and leads sometimes to substantial losses in the form of waste, heat, and also low energy efficiency. So the energy system integration is a coordinated planning and operation of the energy system as a whole across multiple energy carriers, infrastructure, and consumption. This is rather a new conception on how the energy will have to be produced and consumed. And this approach, we are fully convinced that could deliver a more effective, affordable, and deeper decarbonization in the European economy. Same happened with the hydrogen strategy. That is also, this strategy strategy underlines how to upscale the demand and supply of renewable hydrogen, how to mobilize member states and the deployment of this source and industry, how to advance also in the regulatory framework, and how to strengthen the research agenda, in definitive, how to support stronger international cooperation. So this is somehow the framework of initiative that we once have been already adopted, other under the preparation. But I want to conclude by giving some thought about an important package that is planned to be adopted by the College of Commissioners the next week. It is so-called Climate Target Plan. As you know, we have today in the European Union very ambitious target when it comes to both the reduction of greenhouse gas emission, energy efficiency, renewables. So we have already an ambitious, let's say, framework for 2030. But now the College of Commissioners is also reflecting, as President von der Leyen announced at the beginning of her mandate in the European Parliament, that the European Union has to show more ambition and to increase this target. So she announced that this target that is today 40%, the college should consider whether it could be increased to 50 or even 55 in a responsible way. So this package, this percentage will be announced next week by the College of Commissioners once they decide on it, and we'll also introduce the different policy options that could be proposed, could be put on the table, just to achieve this higher target. I think that's very important that this initiative will be underpinned by a thorough impact assessment that has been done by the Commission services. And here we have analyzed all the aspects, both environmental and economic, but also the social, the distributional effect that all the different policy choices could have. In the Commission, you know that when we present a proposal, we always do very wide public consultation, and we also make sure that the targets are also the legislation, the regulatory framework is also accompanied by the rights, the appropriate enablers, the appropriate financial instruments that are needed just to achieve or to make these targets happen. I stop here because I think I don't want to be longer than the 20 minutes that I had foreseen in this speech. I'm very happy again to have been invited on behalf of my commissioner, and I wish you also the success for this event. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and you really gave us, I think, a comprehensive introduction to the Commission's strategy on the Green Deal and energy post-COVID. I think it's particularly interesting what you said about the historic recovery package that was adopted by the European Council this summer, and the 3 pillars on the Green Deal: digitalization and resilience, and the concrete projects that will come out of this. I want to ask you more specifically, because we're talking to the Chamber of Commerce, obviously, what is the role that you foresee for the private sector in this respect?
Well, indeed, I think that as we are talking about a very ambitious project, we of course count with all the stakeholders, the business. I want to indicate maybe two different elements. The first one is that in this new generation EU, there is one specific instrument that is focused on private investment in the context of the Invest EU. So here, this is a specific instrument for that. But when it comes to, when you know that I mentioned the figure, the new generation EU account for 750 billion that will have to be spent in 3 years' time. And here I see huge opportunities for stakeholders that can benefit for all the projects that, as I mentioned, many, an important part of it will have to be spent in Green Deal. And Green Deal, at the end of the day, is energy, because let's say energy means 75% of greenhouse gas emission. And I see huge opportunities for the businesses. I see on renewables, on energy efficiency, but also new technologies, And here I think that we need to work together, both the administration and the business sector, on how to make projects with the maturity that they need to receive the finance that is now foreseen in the framework, in the financial framework.
And I want to ask you one last question, and then I think we'll be out of time. What are the opportunities, especially you see for the region? We're talking to mostly a Greek audience. I'd love to hear your perspective specifically for Greece, but also the region.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, you have raised one fundamental point for us, because it's true that when we talk about climate neutrality, and it's true that not everybody is ready for reaching this ambition. And in the European Commission, we have the strong commitment not to leave not to lag any region behind. We understand that we have many regions in the European Union that still depends not only on coal, but the region that have strong industry on the car manufacturers. So we understand that all this region will need to also to do the transformation to electric cars, to more renewables energies. So here I mentioned one instrument that I think that is one of the most important, let's say, highlights of the budget of the European Union. That is the Just Transition Mechanism, and here there is money that will be used to help this region that will have more difficulties to catch the train of the energy transition. But believe me, but this is one point that is fundamental for us. We think that the energy transition is for everybody, and we need to ensure that we have all the means that in order to all European citizens, in whatever region they are, they could benefit of the energy transition.
All right. Well, the energy transition is for everybody. I think that's a good way to conclude this conversation. Cristina Lubilo, thank you so much for joining us. And Elias, back at you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Lubilo. I think you provide us a very thorough, view of the new Green Deal of Europe, which is very essential. And also regarding Greece, as you know, the government has taken too many steps for following some of the directives, and also well in advance, I would say, from other countries, considering the past of Greece in the energy sector. So thank you both, for your conversation. And I will pass the floor now to Mr. Pavlos Mylonas. He's the CEO of National Bank of Greece. And thank you, by the way, for your support, Mr. Mylonas. And he will provide us a keynote address titled "The Greek Banking System and the Financing of Energy Projects." Mr. Mylonas, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure to be back to the Southeast European Energy Forum. And I'm very disappointed not to be there physically this year. And I hope to be back in Nomos Thessaloniki in the very important year of 2021. Let me begin by congratulating the organizers for this important annual gathering. First, the American-Hellenic Chamber of Commerce and my dear friend Nikos Bakatselos, the Hellenic Association for Energy Economics, and Kostas Andriasopoulos, with whom we have a very close relationship with NBG, and NBG sponsors the annual report, The Greek Energy Market. The Atlantic Council, the U.S Chamber of Commerce, the U.S Embassy, and Ambassador Paya personally, who has been coming up every year to talk to this important gathering. Let me begin my remarks. Energy is a very sexy topic for policy. It touches on all the important fronts. It has geopolitics, it has environmental and social issues, and last but not least, it has very thorny economic issues. whether it's exciting and controversial microeconomics of marginal pricing of electricity exchanges versus meat and potato macro issues such as current account deficits and economic competition issues. Currently, the geopolitical issues are top of mind, with the Eastern Mediterranean dominating the news wires. The situation involves many countries and has led to an increase of regional tensions. It is an area I will gladly leave to other experts to analyze. Thus, I will move on to more boring issues, which are nonetheless very important and no less difficult: the environmental and economic sides of energy policy. I think it would be useful to briefly restate the challenges in these areas. Every year, I seem to be touching on some of these. Let's start with the environment. Europe has set a target for a 40% reduction in greenhouse emissions by 2030. A key instrument for its implementation is the creation of the European emission allowances, what are called carbon permits. Another important component of the strategy is providing European funding support for diversity of energy sources and interconnectivity among countries. Clearly, the recent creation of the EU Recovery Fund will be another source of funding support, with approximately 30% of a 1.8 trillion budget targeted for climate-related projects. The funding and the permits can be seen as a carrot and stick approach to implementing environmental change, as well as improving European energy security. A final general point: technological progress is providing a huge impetus to change. Renewable technology has become significantly cheaper on all fronts, whether it's wind, solar, storage, or transportation. Now let me turn to Greece and describe what I believe are its main energy challenges. Needless to say, after a long economic crisis, a key policy objective is the achievement of strong, sustainable economic growth. A necessary condition is the attraction of fixed investment, both foreign and domestic. To do this, Greece has to provide an attractive and competitive institutional framework. Within this framework, energy obviously plays a key role, and in this area, Greece has suffered from a significant disadvantage, specifically an energy mix that depends on lignite and imported petroleum, leading to an extremely high carbon intensity, approximately 70% higher than the EU average, 70%. This disadvantage has become even worse as carbon permit prices have soared. They have risen to Euro 25 per ton from Euro 5 per ton a few years ago. They are a main driver, this increase in prices, in the rise of electricity prices, which are now 60 megawatts versus 50% lower prices in Germany and France. And carbon permit prices are expected to rise even further. However, the news is not all grim. Greece has made significant progress in shifting away from lignite and moving towards renewables and natural gas. Currently, approximately 1/4 of electricity production is from renewables. And rapid progress continues. The National Energy Plan aspires to increase the use of renewables to 2/3 of electricity production by 2028 and to complete delignification by 2023. It also plans to expand the distribution network significantly, including island connectivity, which is important for Greece. As regards international projects, it is important to mention the Southern Gas Corridor and the electricity connectivity with Greece's northern neighbors, as well as becoming an entry point for liquefied natural gas for Europe. The national energy budget for the next 10 years is over 40 billion. 40 billion. And this doesn't include the EU recovery plan, which targets another 32 billion for Greece, with potentially 30% aim for energy. Clearly, potential financing needs for all these projects will become very significant. Specifically, there are 9 billion of already commenced investment plans of large energy groups in Greece. Out of this, 5 billion is directed to renewables, 1.5 billion to interconnection, 1.5 billion to combined cycle gas turbines, and 700 million to natural gas distribution. We expect another 15 billion over the next 10 years to meet carbon emissions targets, approximately 10 billion for renewables and 5 billion for transport. Financing these projects is not an easy job, as the sector itself is highly complex and its financing all creates unique and complex challenges. Thus the need for good bankers. You were wondering when I would get to that point. To give just a flavor of the complexity, projects are very large and capital intensive. They have a long gestation period, i.e. a long period for construction before you start getting revenues. That leads to uncertainty for the investor. Projects are no longer taken by monopoly state-owned enterprises, and therefore you do not have the security of state guarantees. Investments are taken by SPVs, and therefore you have non-recourse lending. That also increases uncertainty. You have social sensitive sectors where the regulatory framework can change without you knowing it, expecting it. There are also interconnection issues across borders, and that leads to political and security risks. Thus, the risk to the funding provider is extremely high. The key words here are credit appetite, credit limits, and intelligent risk mitigation. Thus, the need for bankers who have different expertise, which includes renewables, whether it's solar or wind, whether it's gas, whether it's pipelines, whether it's electricity, distribution, all the above. One other important point is that such investments are most suitably financed by banks, not by markets. As I mentioned, one is because of the construction stage, the need for large balance sheets, and the need for expertise in the design of the contracts. Now, turning to NBG. NBG has made a strategic decision to provide strong support to the energy sector in Greece, to be the bank of choice for projects and players in the sector. And I believe we have succeeded. The facts speak for themselves. NBG has over 4 billion credit approved exposure to the sector and is the leading banking franchise in the energy sector, by far. NBG is also especially proud of its role in supporting green energy. We are actively supporting the full spectrum of green energy, including renewables, thermal, hybrid, and the rest. Notably, in the renewable space, NBG currently holds a dominant market share of 40%. Looking forward, NBG's role in the energy sector will be strengthened further in view of the mandates we have won recently to execute several flagship transactions. Just to mention a few: the construction, development, and operation of a portfolio of 3 photovoltaic plants for 230 megawatts for PPC renewables, the construction of floating storage regasification unit in Alexandroupolis, electricity projects in the renewables totaling 900 mega, which are anticipated to operate in the next 2 years. Moreover, NBG is contributing to the timely and efficient completion of the country's energy privatization agenda. And here I would like to mention the DEPA transactions, the DE, and the Kavala storage. Looking forward, we have an approved risk appetite of over 3 billion euros over the next 3 years to support energy. And thus I expect NBG to remain the leading domestic financial institution in the sector, and we're proud to be so. And with that, I conclude. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Milonas, for your, I think, thorough presentation of the Greek banking system in relation to the financing of the energy projects. We appreciate your participation. And now we will pass the floor to Mr. Kostas Andriosopoulos. He will have a conversation with Mr. Andreas Siamisis, CEO of the Hellenic Petroleum. Kostas, the floor is yours.
Okay. Thank you, Elias. I'd like also to thank Mr. Milonas for this excellent collaboration that we have had so far. But we are here with Mr. Andreas Siamisis. It's the second year that we are in this setup, and we would like to thank him a lot for the support, participation in the forum. As you can see, we are physically here in Thessaloniki to have a discussion about the latest developments. It's a must. I have to start with a question around COVID-19 and the developments, mostly in the world of refining, since you are representing the largest refining group in the region. So, Mr. Siamisis, the floor is yours, and let's start with the question.
Thank you very much, Kostas. I don't know if...
Perfect.
Thank you very much, Kostas. It's a pleasure to be here again. We made a point to attend this conference physically because we need to start re-engaging in our normal way of life, but always with the appropriate precautions. So I'm pleased to see that all the precautions are in place. COVID-19 has been a big shock to everybody. I will not repeat everything that has been said or written about COVID-19. However, one thing which is of particular interest to us and the energy community is the acceleration of not only demand destruction in the fuels business. We saw as much as 30% of demand being distracted, effectively wiped out from the market within a space of a few weeks. And also we saw a total change of consumption patterns, especially driven by the aviation industry, which at some stage in the crisis reached the absolute zero. So we had days when there was not a single refueling in Greece's airports. Overall, the refining industry has not recovered yet. We've been running with very weak refining margins. And of course, if you project that going forward, it means that it will make the financial stability and survival of the refining system a bigger challenge. Of course, one can always talk about refining, but at the end of the day, the big impact has been on the upstream industry, where prices collapsed, and that is making a lot of projects very challenging to complete. In a nutshell, I would say that COVID-19 led to a big crisis because it changed the demand patterns for our industry, and I think it's going to be with us for the next few quarters as well. But it also accelerated the transition to a different energy source, which we always expected to see happening, but we didn't realize how fast it would be taking place.
Yeah, that's very true. And continuing the COVID-19 discussion, there's always a human element around it, and we have seen the massive social impact as well of the crisis, of the COVID-19 crisis, because it's not only a health issue, it translates into a social issue because we have a lot of jobs that have been lost. There is a huge discussion about the big economic impact that we have had from the shutdown of our touristic industry, effectively over the past few months. And unfortunately, we will be expecting to see this effect in the coming months. How has been the response from the perspective of the group regarding that? We have seen that we have made a lot of effort in terms of various donations, etc.
Thank you for the question. It gives me the opportunity to highlight an aspect of the crisis which is not usually discussed. Clearly, the impact on businesses and on people has been quite severe. In many cases, we have seen people losing their jobs or people not being able to maintain the same income level. For Greece, where we have a significant reliance and dependence on tourism, this has been a lot more profound. As Hellenic Petroleum, we believe that business is what we do for a living, but we need to be responsible social partners as well. And in that respect, early up in the process, beginning of March, our board decided to support the health system, adding to the already quite significant corporate social responsibility programs that we have, an amount of 8 million, which on its own is one of the largest individual donations to the health system. And on top of that, we actually dedicated people to help the government manage this procurement of health supplies. Just to mention an area where we felt from the beginning that it would be very significant to support is the testing of COVID-19 cases. And I'm pleased to report that a significant percentage of all the tests that actually take place in Greece are done so with the support, not only financial, but also the logistic support from Hellenic Petroleum. So we see our role as a big company, not only in Greece, but also in other countries that we operate in the region, to support the local communities and the local government in handling this crisis.
This is very important, and it's good to hear that there's this element of social responsibility that it goes beyond the traditional measures that the company could take. We have had earlier a very interesting discussion with the EU Commission and the Directorate of DG Energy around the EU Green Deal. The EU Green Deal and the transition to a green economy is at the heart of the agenda, not only in Europe, but globally speaking. How does a group like Hellenic Petroleum respond to that, and how do you integrate this agenda into your business plan for the medium and long term?
It's true that it's becoming a very relevant topic for us as well. Clearly, it's a lot more difficult for somebody in my position to start proliferating and supporting the transition to a greener energy agenda, given that we already have a very big investment base in a different industry and energy source. However, we believe that if we stand still, we will die. It's a question of how long we can endure and how marginal we can become before we are actually forced to shut down. Could be 5, 10, 20, 50 years, I do not know. What I do know is that we take the energy transition agenda very seriously on the basis of 3 levers. There is a regulatory lever, which is very strong. There is an environmental lever, which is equally strong. And there is a financial lever, which means that if we do not adapt our business model, we will probably not be so relevant for the financial markets going forward. So everything points to the right, to the same direction, that we have to change as a group. Now, changing as a group has a number of facets, and I would probably mention 3, which are, if you will, categories of transition agenda. Everybody's talking about renewables, and clearly that is one of the options going forward. And we had the big aspirations for Greece for 8 to 9 gigawatt of renewables, of additional renewable capacity in the market, which may happen or it may take a bit longer for that number to be achieved. As a group, we are adapting our portfolio, and in fact, we have agreed, commissioned, and over the next few weeks, we are starting the works on the biggest renewable park project to date, at least in Greece, which is not very far from here. It's in the area of Kozani, which is a 200 plus something megawatt of photovoltaic panels, which are also bifacial. So we are actually exploring technology advantages in our investment. That plus a number of other investments in the renewable sector will effectively help us to transition to what is today a fuel products based group to a cleaner portfolio. The aspiration is to reduce our environmental footprint by 50% by 2030. That's all good. Everybody's talking about that. The second thing which is important, though, is that we need to appreciate that these changes don't happen overnight. We do not have a magic wand. We cannot just switch on and off renewables at will, which means that for the next 5, 10, 20 years, we will still need to rely on the energy sources that we rely today. And a lot of people make a common mistake. They think that energy has to do with electricity only. It is a big part of it, but in all honesty, the big energy consumption comes from transport fuel, comes from heating fuel. So it is not just electricity. So we need to attack the issue in a more holistic way, which means that if we're going to have petroleum products with us for the next N number of years, it is important for the community and for the companies to make that sector as environmentally friendly as possible, which means that we need to introduce biofuels. We need to explore waste to energy solutions. We need to make our products a lot more environmentally friendly. There is an example which doesn't necessarily link to CO2, but it links to particles, is the new Shipping Fuels Directive, which from January 1st has pushed everybody to use very low sulfur fuel for ships. So it is part of the solution. The petroleum industry should not be seen as a threat to the environmental transition and the clean energy transition. It is part of the solution, and we need to work on that basis. The third axis, if you will, that we work on is how to make our own operations environmentally better. Just to give you an idea, our refineries use about 16 terawatt hours of energy equivalent. A lot of it is in fuel, but it is a very big number. So what we need to do is to manage the consumption of operations, and that is going to be a big part of the transition agenda. The best energy is the one that you don't have to produce. So managing the energy demand is something which is very important. So we work on all three axes to make our company and our group relevant for the next 20, 30, 50 years.
Part of that will be also, I would imagine, e-mobility as well. It's something that is coming quite fast and is quite new for Greece as well. Could be, others are considering it as a threat for the gas stations and for the retail section, but others see that as a complementary business as well. And I'm sure, based on what you have been saying earlier, this is something that you are also looking at in the group.
We are. Clearly, it will make the term petrol head for people who love cars a little bit difficult to use, but in all honesty, it is something which is happening. I would question the speed of introduction. I think the lead there is with the automobile manufacturers rather than companies like ourselves. But it is an area where we are actively looking into. We are about to engage in a material development plan there. But in all honesty, even though there is a big hype about e-mobility, and I believe that eventually a lot of cars will move to hybrid or to E, we still have some way to go. That is why it is important to improve the bulk of the consumption, which for the next 20 years will be petroleum products.
Let's move to another subject. I mean, given that we are in Thessaloniki, we have been discussing about Greece becoming a regional hub. Hellenic Petroleum has been operating in most of the countries in the region for many years now. So what is the position of the company today, and where do you envision the company to stand in 10 years from now, looking at its, let's say, regional aspect and its penetration in the local markets of the countries that are surrounding Greece?
That is equally valid. It's a very valid issue and a challenge for us because Hellenic Petroleum is one of the largest investors in Southeast Europe. We have invested more than €500 million in establishing subsidiaries in a lot of the nearby markets and countries, and in Cyprus as well. But if I go to the Balkans area, we have seen the need to expand our business into the South Balkans. That need was driven by the fact that we needed to establish markets for the production of refineries, which is still the case. And those markets are very important to us. And I believe that by being there and applying the proper governance and group policies that we have, we're actually helping these markets to improve as well and to converge to the EU standards. However, I think in the framework of energy transition, it is important to move away from just petroleum products marketing, which will always be the core business there. But it is time for us to investigate the expansion into cleaner energy forms in those markets as well. And we have looked and are evaluating a number of projects, smaller than what we mentioned with Kozani in terms of scope and size, but still it is a direction that we want to move into.
So renewable energy projects.
Renewable energy projects. The interconnections are very important. The gas pipelines are very important. The electricity connections are very important, and the cross-border trading. So I believe that as a group that we have a lot of expertise in cross-border trading. We import $10 billion worth of crude and export about $6 billion worth of products on an annual basis. I don't think there is anybody else close to this size in our region. We just don't use pipelines, we use ships. So trading is part of our culture, and I believe that we should expand in trading in nearby markets and into cleaner energy platforms as well.
Gas trading that is being enabled more possibly for a lot of infrastructure that might be in place soon, and then electricity trading for cross-border facilitation that exists with the target model that is closer and closer. So we have the developments on the Hellenic Energy Exchange as well, that this definitely supports the coupling with the regional markets around, so that would enable bigger trading also. And that leads us to the discussion about the Balkan region in particular, because we believe that if you take each individual country on its own, it's not a very big market, at least as far as energy market is concerned. But if you take the aggregate of all the countries around, then indeed this Balkan region or Southeast European region does represent a significant market. And for this to actually let's say, in order for us to be able to get the most of the value that we can from this region, we need to have a coherent energy regulation, coherent policies, and I would imagine some coordination between the various players and the markets around. So what is your view on that? And given the fact that we have the honor to have a ministerial panel immediately after our discussion, where we have ministers from most of the countries around being present and discussing the issues.
Of course, I think it's a very valid point. As you know, we have supported the energy exchange and the initiatives to build a very good platform to be used for Greece and for regional markets as well. Unfortunately, our industry is one of sizes. You need to have critical mass in order to be able to operate efficiently and effectively. Small sizes tend to lead to inefficiencies, which means that your point about the aspiration and the objectives to group the Balkan countries is a very valid one. And I think we're on the right path. We have a unique opportunity to effectively miss a few steps and jump ahead of the curve rather than go through all the development phases that other European markets have had to go through. I think it takes a bit of courage from the political leaders. Energy has always been seen as a geopolitical issue and a national issue. This is becoming less so as we move to integrated markets. So I think it's important for the political framework to be put in place, the infrastructure with energy exchanges and relationships with the other markets to be established, and for companies to become more active in this integrated market. It is important, otherwise we will not be able to survive on our own.
Indeed. Hellenic Petroleum is a large group. You have a lot of different activities, and one of them is the upstream business as well. And this is something you have some ambition, big ambition there in terms of the upstream sector, which is growing more and more in the past few years here in Greece. And that relates with a number of geopolitical activities that we do see from the region, the latest developments with Turkey, with the tension that we see that exists in the East Mediterranean. What is your stand on that, and what is your view on the broader issue, and how are you, as a company and as a group, support, let's say, this activity?
Well, exploration for hydrocarbons is an activity that is part of the group. It's not a very material activity of the group, but we have focused around Greece, which is a geographical area that we have more relevant experience on. All of our assets are effectively based in the Ionian or south of Peloponnese and south of Crete area, which means that they are not directly impacted by what is happening in the Aegean. Without wanting to venture into geopolitics and politics, clearly energy is a factor that has always attracted tensions. And I think that until and unless we see energy as a bond, as a link between different economies and societies, it's going to be very difficult for cooperation to take place. That is why I strongly believe that the regional integration of nearby markets is important, especially in the South Balkans area, because it effectively removes barriers between different economies and different nations, and allows them to progress much faster on a cooperation model rather than a confrontation model.
Something else that comes to mind from a point that you made earlier, the best energy is the energy that is not being produced.
Which is a bit odd to coming from the CEO of an energy group, but
it is indeed very true, however, because we have seen that as a very big, ambitious plan as well as part of the National Energy Plan. Mr. Milonas discussed earlier about the possibility that we have as a country over the next 10 years to have more than 44 billion euro of investments, and a large chunk of these investments are to come from energy efficiency measures. So, remaking our building stock and making it more efficient, doing some energy upgrades, and making a lot of buildings maybe even self-sustained in terms of energy consumption. As a group, have you seen energy efficiency as a part of potentially, let's say, the broader activity that you might have?
We have. I will not discuss about our own energy efficiency, which is a very big chapter, but we have invested and we are actively engaged in energy efficiency projects as a service to our customers, primarily through the electricity producing and trading joint venture we have with Edison, Elpedison, which is one of the leading electricity energy providers in Greece. It's early days. The financial model is not very solid for us, at least. But moving into the upgrading of the building stock, because that is where a lot of the energy and efficiency lies, is something that will take place. I don't think that you will see big companies investing in this sector. It's something which is quite fragmented as a market. We will just have to build the expertise for mainly B2B solutions. B2C solutions are not scalable for our company, and effectively understand that the market is moving in that direction.
Perfect. I think I'm quite covered with the discussion. I think we have touched upon all the major issues that we have been dealing with our energy markets here in Greece, both on a domestic and on a regional front. And with this occasion, we have also the Minister of Energy in Greece, Mr. Hatzidakis, coming just now in the room for all our guests that can not really have a view of the room that we are in now. And with this, I would like to thank Mr. Siamisis for the excellent conversation, discussion we had now. And I will give the floor back to Elias so that we can introduce now our next ministerial panel.
Thank you, Kostas. Excellent conversation. Thank you, Mr. Siamisis, for your support, your contribution, your participation. Now we are moving to a very interesting panel where we have the honor to host ministers from regional countries, along with Mr. Fanon from the State Department. The panel will be moderated by Katerina Sokou. She's correspondent for Kathimerini in Washington, D.C., but also she's an Atlantic Council Fellow. Katerina, the floor is yours to moderate the next panel.
Good afternoon from me as well, from Athens, and I would like to welcome to this panel on Southeast Europe, Energy Cooperation Beyond Borders, the energy map of Southeastern Europe and the future of the Eastern Mediterranean. We have the honor of having with us the Minister of Environment and Energy of Greece, Mr. Kostis Hatzidakis, the Assistant Secretary at the Bureau of Energy Resources at the U.S. Department of State, Mr. Francis Fanon, Secretary of State, Coordinator of the Department for Energy at the Ministry of Economy of Romania, Mr. Nicolae Havrilet, the Minister of Environment and Physical Planning of the Republic of North Macedonia, Mr. Nasser Nureddini, and Ms. Natasha Pilidou, the Minister of Energy, Commerce and Industry of the Republic of Cyprus. Without further ado, I would like to kickstart the conversation by actually calling on Mr. Fanon, who has another commitment and will have to leave this panel earlier, to give us his perspective on the U.S. side, from the U.S. side, on how much the region has changed and this energy map of our Southeastern Europe in the past few years, and what does he see as the challenges and the opportunities going forward on regional integration, regional cooperation, transition on energy resources, but also to give us the State Department perspective on what is going on, the tensions in the Eastern Mediterranean. Mr. Fanon, the floor is yours.
You're terrible. Hello.
Hello. Did you have the chance to hear my question to you, or should I repeat it, Mr.
Oh, I'm sorry, could you repeat it, please?
Oh, yes, for sure. I was just welcoming the minister from the region and you noting that you have another commitment as well and you will have to leave earlier. So starting with you, for you to give us your perspective from the US side on how you see energy developments in Southeastern Europe, how it has been changing on energy integration, energy security, energy transition, but also your comment on the Eastern Mediterranean, which is another part of our discussion, and the recent tensions in the area as well, please. We have a problem with the sound, I believe. I have.
Sorry about that. Technical difficulties. Yeah, well, firstly, good afternoon, good morning, and good afternoon, everyone. I just think it's important also to recognize that, where the world's gone through in this issue of COVID-19, and particularly since I was last in Greece about a year ago. At the time, we hailed Greece's important role as a regional energy hub in Southeast Europe, and looked at how energy can serve as a unifying force in the Eastern Mediterranean region. Global energy markets are in the midst of a historic contraction due to the reduced demand from COVID-19 pandemic. But we continue to see considerable enthusiasm in the Eastern Mediterranean, and we're excited by that. Today I want to talk a little bit about how the U.S. is supporting the development of energy diversity in Southeast Europe and how we envision the development of energy resources in the Eastern Mediterranean. Around the globe, the United States is committed to supporting the development of diverse energy resources that allow countries and consumers to fulfill their energy needs through multiple suppliers, routes, and types of energy. But energy security is achieved by the development of locally available energy resources coupled with access to affordable and diverse energy supplies. The United States stands ready to partner with like-minded nations to improve global energy security by way of diversification and sound free market principles. We promote projects and trade that build optionality and a broad portfolio of energy technologies. But not every marketplace or country is large enough by itself to have multiple suppliers. To overcome this, we encourage regionally integrated markets to create economies of scale, create those investment opportunities. And all of this, we work to reduce dependence on sole suppliers who can use their energy supplies to create vulnerabilities in other countries. Throughout Eastern Europe, Southeast Europe, there are a number of energy projects that increase supply to the market and allow countries and consumers freedom from a dominant source of energy supply. We see governments increasingly looking westward and reaching for a new set of opportunities. These are small countries with modest markets. However, by working together, they create new favorable investment options for energy projects. For example, we support Greece's and Bulgaria's efforts to continue with the construction of the interconnector Greece-Bulgaria, which will bring gas from the floating storage regasification unit in Alexandroupoli and the Caspian to markets currently dominated by a single supplier. With the recent expansion of its reverse flow capacity to Bulgaria and progress in bringing the FSRU and Alexandroupoli to fruition, Greece and Bulgaria are leading the way in regional energy diversity. We also enthusiastically support Serbia's recent capacity booking at Alexandroupoli. Understand there are ongoing discussions to convert the pipeline to transfer refined products instead of crude oil from Greece to North Macedonia. Products delivered via pipelines will be economical for North Macedonian consumers and be a benefit to all parties. Romania is now the second largest natural gas producer in Europe. This domestic development of energy resources adds to the diversity of supply for the entire region. Trans-Adriatic pipeline construction is 95% complete in bringing gas from Azerbaijan to Italy. On September 1st, TAP started the process to introduce hydrocarbons to the section of the pipeline in Albanian territory. Italy is close to completion. These elements of the Southern Gas Corridor have come together in a decade-long journey with many twists and turns involving many partners. Taken together, they represent a shared vision by countries working together to achieve results which would otherwise not be possible. It's important for the gas deliveries that are now taking place, but more important is that it illustrates a proof of concept of what can happen when states and the private sector join together with a shared vision and collaborate. You see, in doing so, great things can be accomplished. We see a similar vision in the context of the Eastern Mediterranean. Their energy security, the energy security of our partners in the Eastern Mediterranean, is a national security priority for the United States. As I said earlier, with respect to the Southern Gas Corridor, I see the development of energy resources in these waters as an opportunity for the same kind of visionary thinking with similar collaboration between companies and countries. As an American diplomat, I'm pleased to see that U.S. companies are really helping to lead the way across the region. But it is the strong support of partner governments, governments with shared democratic values and belief in transparent, market-driven growth that are establishing the enabling environment to realize a more secure, resilient energy future. Resource development should promote cooperation and provide a foundation for durable energy security and economic prosperity throughout the region. Now more than ever, energy resource development in the Eastern Mediterranean will depend on the benefits of regional cooperation and market development, and the ability of producers to gain efficiencies through utilizing existing regional infrastructure. The United States strongly supports the principles of cooperation and collaboration, principles that serve as the foundation for the 3+1 mechanism with the Republic of Cyprus, Greece, and Israel, one of the cornerstones of our energy diplomacy in the Eastern Mediterranean theater. The United States seeks inclusive partnerships that bring together the various stakeholders in the Eastern Mediterranean. The more countries work together, the more successful the energy story will be for all. In this regard, we're pleased to see the development of the Eastern Mediterranean Gas Forum, which is bringing together countries with shared interests in energy development, and we're very much looking forward to the U.S. Taking its role as an observer to the forum. We can all agree that resource development will be suboptimal if the relevant countries do not engage with each other constructively to manage competing claims. We've seen unprecedented levels of cooperation in the Eastern Med and hope Turkey will play a constructive role in that process. We support any commercially viable means of exporting Eastern Mediterranean gas to the global marketplace, and we'll look to market participants, again, many of which are U.S. companies, to help lead that way. Thank you very much. It's a delight to be with you. I look forward to the ministers' presentations and the discussions throughout the conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretary Hannon. And if I may follow up with just one question on when you just said that Turkey must play a constructive role on the Eastern Mediterranean. What are the conditions? Because right now we're faced with a gunboat diplomacy of sorts in the Aegean and the Eastern Mediterranean.
Yeah, the Secretary of State spoken to this very recently and encouraged all parties to encourage, and mentioned even the President has been speaking to leaders as well. We need to have peaceful diplomatic engagement, and we're looking forward to all parties coming to the table in that spirit of collaboration and partnership. It's important that all countries work together to realize this opportunity. They all have an opportunity to share in this success, and we encourage all the parties to continue those levels of engagement. Thank you so much. It's a delight. Good luck on the rest of the conference.
And of course, Secretary Pompeo is going to Cyprus tomorrow, so we'll have more on that tomorrow. If I may, thank you very much for your time. And if I may now move on to Mr. Hatzidakis, the Minister of Environment and Energy of Greece. And I would like to start with the general question that fits the topic of our debate. And this is, how critical is energy cooperation in Southeastern Europe and in the Eastern Mediterranean for the future, for the economic future of Greece as your country? And how important, what are we doing towards that goal, energy integration in the region? Can you hear me?
Well, I would like to extend my thanks to the organizers for taking once again this initiative, and I wish that next year you can organize this event under other circumstances without coronavirus repercussions and all the relevant measures. I would like to underline that Greece and the Greek government believes that energy can be a catalyst for enhancing cooperation and growth in the broader region of Southeast Europe and Eastern Mediterranean, and not as a tool for tension and further bilateral problems. This is a message concerning primarily Turkey, and I will not resist the temptation to say that the message of Greece concerning our bilateral relations with Turkey is more than clear. Mr. Mitsotakis repeatedly underlined that as soon as Turkey stops all the provocative actions, we are ready to start discussions with our neighbors. But it takes two to tango. And this is something which must be understood on the other side of the Aegean. Anyway, coming back to the core of your question, I would like to say that, of course, being a member of the European Union, Greece has to follow the European rules as regards energy and implement the relevant law. But parallel to our EU membership, Greece values our strategic relationship with the U.S. as a basic pillar of our diplomacy. Over the last few years, the strategic dialogue process between Greece and the U.S. has greatly strengthened our bilateral relationships across many sectors. It is not an exaggeration to say that our bilateral energy relations are indeed flourishing, and that is manifested by the significant increase of LNG imports, exports to Greece, as well as the presence of U.S. investment across different energy sectors. The U.S.-Greek energy partnership is key for the expansion and further empowerment of our international and regional cooperation. And we are seeing that trend materialize through the participation of the U.S. government in the 3+1 framework, along with Cyprus and Israel, an initiative that Mr. Fanon mentioned. It is important in this framework to underline that in Eastern Mediterranean, there is an initiative called East Med Gas Forum, supported by other countries like France and the US. And I'm glad to announce today, to inform you that EMGF will be transformed into a permanent international organization. The negotiations have been completed, and a teleconference ceremony for the signatures of the statute will be held on September the 22nd, which is a positive news for all the member states of the new organization, but also for the observer states like the US and France. It is a new organization promoting peace and cooperation in the region, using at the same time as a basic tool the natural gas. In this framework, I would like to refer to two other international projects. The East Med Gas Pipeline, a project supported by all three, Israel, Cyprus, and Greece, and also an electricity international project, the Euro-Asia Interconnector, an electricity interconnector linking Greece, Cyprus, and Israel. And I think that in the near future, we'll be ready to announce concrete steps concerning the progress of this project. Let me now turn to the Southeast, Southeast Europe, to our neighbors here in the Balkans, to say that there are significant projects taking place, like TAP, the Trans-Adriatic Pipeline, which has been almost completed, and the Greek government is going to organize a commemorative event very soon, by the end of the year. It is another project which undoubtedly strengthens the geostrategic position of our country. I would like to add the IGB, the Greece-Bulgaria interconnector, natural gas interconnector, which will be commercially commissioned by the end of 2021. We're closely monitoring the progress of its constructions, almost in real time, and we're in constant contact with all interested parties to make sure that the project will be delivered on time and on budget. Then I would like to turn to Alexandroupolis FSRU, a project referred to by Mr. Fanon. The FSRU of Alexandroupolis will be commercially commissioned most likely in late 2022 or early 2023, depending on the final investment decision. Last month, Bulgaria's gas TSO joined the project as its fourth shareholder, making an important moment in its maturity. Already more than a dozen traders from several regional countries have booked long-term capacity reservations for up to 10 to 15 years in the FSRU. And today I'm happy to announce that DESFA, the Greek TSO, has decided earlier this week to join under specific conditions in the FSRU as its fifth and final shareholder. Negotiations on a shareholders agreement between DESFA and the existing shareholders are expected to begin in the coming days with a view of finalizing an agreement that will financially consolidate the project's materialization. And then I would like to complete my remarks on natural gas by referring to Greece-North Macedonia gas interconnector. Another project of increasing significance is the prospective gas interconnector promoted by the TSOs of the two countries. And in the governmental MOU on the project is being negotiated, and we have sent to Skopje our remarks in April, last April, and we look forward to the rapid conclusion of our discussions in order to move ahead with the implementation of the project that could even be expanded to carry gas to other countries in the Western Balkans. Similar projects are taking place in the electricity sector. As regards the electricity integration, considerable progress has been made towards the implementation of the so-called EU target model and the further liberalization of the Greek electricity market through the operation of the Greek Power Exchange, the energy exchange. In this context, I would like to say that significant steps have already been taken with the coupling of Greek and Italian power exchanges expected by the end of the year, and the coupling of Greek-Bulgarian markets scheduled for the first quarter of 2021. In addition, Greek Power Energy Exchange with IPTO, ADMIE, the Greek TSO, are promoting through ENCHOE, ASER, and the energy community the integration of the countries in the Western Balkans to the expanding EU market. IPTO, also in collaboration with the respective TSOs of Romania, Bulgaria, and Italy, created a regional security coordination center. This center, which will be based in Thessaloniki, will be entrusted by ENCHOE with the performance of regional activities to Southeast Europe and Italy. So to cut the long story short and conclude, it is more than obvious, in my view, that our energy policy, international energy policy, is fruitful. It contributes to strengthening the geostrategic position of Greece in the broader region, but at the same time, it brings closer Greece with all neighboring countries, and this is a win-win development, and I'm sure that all the neighboring countries, I hope all, I have some question mark regarding one of them, but anyway, I would like to say, I hope all the neighboring countries will work in the future towards strengthening our relations in the energy sector, which could be positive news for our peoples. Thank you very much.
I would. Okay. Thank you very much, Minister Hatzidakis. If you can hear me, I would like now to turn to Minister Havrilet from Romania to hear his country's perspective, his government's perspective on energy security. Romania is a relatively low energy dependent for European standards country. And I would like to have his perspective on the energy security policy of Romania, but also the importance that he puts into energy integration in Southeastern Europe for consumers in Romania, but also, of course, for energy security and energy transition.
Okay, first of all, I want to congratulate the hosts for organizing this very important conference after many times that in pandemic crisis we weren't in possibility to assure attendance in person. Our government insisted to be here in person in order to present Romanian developments in energy sector. In my previous activity as a president of regulatory authority, energy regulatory authority, I used to work with RAE and also in a team with the Bulgarian regulator authority, and we already are having many common actions that we done during the last 8 years. Yes, Romania is not depending in the much percentage of the gas imports or electricity imports, because Romania it's 92, 98 independent in natural gas demand, and actually in electricity we don't need imports just when the market it's evaluating with the very good prices in Romania registering imports. Romania coupled its day ahead market with another 3 countries, Hungary, Czech Republic, and Slovakia. It's presenting another measures in order to assure security of supply. For Romania, in this moment, are very important to put in place the Green Deal measures that were approved by the European Commission. So most important is to switch the power generation on coal, which is strongly penalized with the certificates, and these certificates are going into the price and are increasing prices, especially for the heavy industry, and it's affecting their competitiveness in the external markets. So government it's obliged to support part of this obligation for those companies that are involved in many important external exchanges. So instead using this money coming from the modernization fund, from the ETS action, with for the new capacities, we have to sustain the electricity bill for most important industrial companies. But in this way, there are some plans that we intend to switch as soon as possible power generation on coal to power generation natural gas, because Romania has this opportunity to use national reserves, and also we are interested to extend production in the Black Sea side, in which the small companies will launch their first production in the next year. And also there is generally expecting in Romania to obtain final investment decisions from the most important association in the Black Sea side formed by the OMV Petrom and an American company Exxon. There are ongoing discussions between these very important investors and the Ministry of Economy and Energy in order to modify some provisions in the offshore law that weren't agreed by the investor, but in this moment the government it's according very high importance to these investments in order to assure stability and to help Romania to become a very important regional hub, especially in the natural gas area. In the electricity, in the generation, we have a very important study issued by the World Bank that is proving that Black Sea side is very important for Romania, also for power generation in offshore farms, not just in natural gas. So they are proving that there are possibility to install over 70,000 megawatts in fixed foundation offshore farm and another 90,000 megawatts in floating offshore farms. And due to the nowadays technologies that are much more easy to put in place these investments, Romania could achieve in the next 5 years the results that are in this moment in the hands of the most important northern European states where they are using wind offshore farms. So we are very interested to put in place these opportunities, and the National Integrated Energy Plan for Climate Change for period of 2021 to until 2030, it's approving this kind of investments, and also we are supported by the very important European funds dedicated also for just transition and also for new recovery from pandemic crisis in the energy sector. I will share with you very good news that in October there will be final phase for BRUA pipeline that will be put in place in October, and also we are very interested to have IGB in function, the interconnector between Greece and Bulgaria, in order to avoid another source to be in the Europe and Central Europe, especially coming from another source that is in this moment due to the situation. If we all know the issue Nord Stream 2 or two line in the Turkish stream that aim to transport natural gas from the same source to another Balkan countries, and in order to assure another sources, we are very interested to put in place TAP corridor, part of the northern gas corridor assured by the BRUA pipeline especially. And speaking about natural gas, Romania completed also the very important pipeline between Romania and Moldavia. It's giving chance to Moldavian economy to have two possibilities for supply and to discuss with the existing supplier in other position, having chance to obtain natural gas from another source. Many investments will be put it in place, and I think that the regional cooperation Southeast Europe, it's very important, and as a historical connection between our countries.
Thank you very much. If I may turn now to Minister Noureddini, and Minister Mitsotakis mentioned that you're in negotiations for the Greece-North Macedonia interconnector. And I would like your take as you're going through the developments in your country regarding energy and how it's reshaping or integrating into the southeastern energy map. How is relations with Greece and after the Prespa agreement helped business and energy cooperation? I would like your take on that as well as hear your take on what your country is doing to integrate into the region energy-wise.
Thank you very much. First of all, I would also like to take the opportunity to thank our hosts for this wonderful event. This is my second time participating here after last year. A lot has changed since last year. Not only the COVID-19, in the meantime, we have had new elections, we have a new old government in place. We've also become an official negotiations with the EU now, and I'm the 30th member of NATO. So a lot has happened in our country over the last 12 months. In regarding to your question with our relationship with Greece, I don't think we are one of the countries that the Minister Mitsotakis mentioned with whom he doesn't think he has a good relationship with. I think we've got a wonderful relationship going on. It's just not a project, or we're actually not just working on the project, we're actually finalizing the interconnector with Greece. We see that as one of the key projects in our country, considering that currently we only have one source of supply, and we are building out our gas network. So our primary gas network has been developing very rapidly over the last couple of years. We have managed to complete about 90% to the south, which will be with the interconnector in Greece, and about 75% to the west of the country. We're looking to start a international project with international companies for the secondary, tertiary network in gas. So gas is actually one of the key energy sources we're looking at, because we like to move away to cleaner energies. Considering we're a country that relies heavily on coal and lignite. The majority of our electricity is being generated by Rekpitola, which is a rather old facility. We are looking to convert one of them, or maybe more of them in the near future. So, as I said, the relationship we believe, and they are great. We will like to continue to further develop our relationships and further improve them if there's necessity to improve. We also are, of course, finding solutions. I'm going to go off topic here a bit because I'm not going to read the speech. We are a government, a new one. We've been in government for 3.5 years. We're a new government again now. We believe we've made strides forwards to have good relationships with all our neighbors. This coalition is constantly looking to find solutions to the issues we have. We believe we found a lot of solutions. I will also name one of the issues we have open is with Hellenic Petroleum for the import of refined petroleum. This is of key importance to our country as well and to the company. We are looking forward to the company and enlarging its activities in our country. And I think within the next few weeks, months, we'll try and organize meetings between each other so we can solve the issues. We are going to hopefully find a solution together. In regards to the gas network, of course, we mentioned earlier by the CEO of Hellenic Petroleum, economies of scale. We're a small country. We know that. We're aware of that as well. Hence, the interconnector with Greece is very important for us as a country to actually move away from the coal energy. However, at the same time, we are planning on connecting with Albania very soon and looking forward to do the same thing with Kosovo and hopefully Serbia as well, which will also create a larger volume for the gas supply to our country and will also create a security and independence for us as well, considering that we only have one supply right now. When it comes to the strategy of our country, I'm going to try and link this, of course, with the environment. We are aware of the issues we're facing in our country. We have, unfortunately, one of the biggest issues we have is air pollution. This is generated, unfortunately, due to the sources and the energy sources we use. We would like to, of course, gas being cleaner. We're looking at actually renewable energies. We're focusing heavily on that. The Chebren hydropower plant being one of the main ones. We'd like to move forward. We are currently in the process of pre-qualifications. That is a facility that will hopefully generate 350 to 375 megawatts per country, which is a lot. I know we're speaking about in gigawatts for other countries, but for us, that is a substantial amount. Furthermore, we would like to further invest in the solar energy, something that we have as a region. I believe we're lucky to have an abundance of sun and to enjoy that and to hopefully generate energy from there. We're also heavily investing in the energy efficiency, and we are actually through IFIs, of course, international IFIs, and we would like to meet our Paris Agreement commitments. These are the key energy directions we're going at, but again, I'd like to reiterate that one of the most important one for us right now is the interconnector with Greece. Thank you.
Pilidou, Minister of Energy, Commerce and Industry, the Republic of Cyprus. Can we please see her on the screen so that I can ask her about her take on energy cooperation in the Eastern Mediterranean and its prospects of connecting to Southeastern Europe, but also as a country that has experienced geopolitical challenges of Turkey's aggression for a while now. I would like her take as well in order to connect us to the next round of questions for all ministers as well. Welcome.
Sure, thank you very much. Hello to you, Mrs. Soku, and hello to everyone taking part. Very interesting discussion so far, and of course, many thanks to the American-Hellenic Chamber of Commerce and the Hellenic Association of Energy Economics for giving us this opportunity. Indeed, we are going through some challenging times, both in terms of the developments within the Eastern Mediterranean that we're all keeping very close watch of course, but also because of the COVID challenges that were mentioned earlier by Mr. Fannin, and the market effects and complications arising from those. Of course, I can only reiterate what Minister Hatzidakis also mentioned in terms of Greece, and reaffirm that Cyprus is also an advocate of regional cooperation and coordination. And certainly we think that not only is that the only way to go forward, but it's also a very key part of identifying synergies and developing our collective resources in a way that is most beneficial to all parties involved. Of course, we do hope that we can extend that regional cooperation beyond the limits that we have reached so far. And for us, it's very important that all parties involved respect international law, including the UN's Convention on the Law of the Sea. And of course, we are ready to begin to enter into dialogue with all parties, including Turkey, if Turkey stops its unlawful actions. And of course, in our case, the objective is to start a dialogue with the aim of solving the Cyprus problem on a wider level, and not just and not addressing isolated issues, and starting from the point we left off when the discussions ended at Crans-Montana. In terms of the practical and tangible results that we have within the region, again, I would like to stress that it is only through regional collaboration and strengthening of our relations with both the companies that we are collaborating with, and the countries that we are collaborating with, that we have got this far with a clear plan as to how we go ahead. Certainly, COVID has caused some small delays. As you know, we have several licensees in REZ, Eni, Total, ExxonMobil, and Qatar Petroleum have rescheduled their drilling program by about a year because of COVID. However, we are working with all of them in order to identify the sort of next steps based on the program that we have agreed, and also to identify and set the protocols under which the next exploration rounds are going to take place. For us, it's very important to provide certainty to all our partners and to provide a very clear pathway where, of course, given COVID challenges, there is a lot to consider, a lot of different scenarios to put together, and to make sure that for every different scenario of people moving from different countries to get on the platforms, on the rigs, to travel on vessels, or to travel from Cyprus back to other destinations, that everything has been planned and everything is very clear in terms of how we help as a government and how we enable the scheduled program to continue. Furthermore, we've had a rather interesting development in July 2020 when Chevron announced the acquisition of Noble Energy, which is, of course, the operator and one of the 3 JV partners in the Aphrodite gas field. And we are definitely watching that space with much excitement to see how the program will pan out given this important development. We have had discussions with Chevron, with Noble, with Shell, with Delek, all the partners involved at the moment, and we have identified again what the next steps are. We're working with the companies to ensure that all the different logistics are dealt with in a good time, so that planning can go ahead. Of course, with Aphrodite, a very key partnership is the partnership with Egypt in terms of the connection that Aphrodite will have to the Idku LNG plant, from where liquefied natural gas will be exported to European global markets, and perhaps also used within the Egyptian market. Of course, there are a lot of regional projects going on. So apart from the plans within REZ, Minister Hadjidakis mentioned the East Med pipeline earlier, which of course is intended to transport gas from our region to continental Europe. That is definitely an important project for us, which is of common interest project of the EU. And we are happy that at the moment we are moving with the different studies and steps identified pretty much as planned, as also is the case with the Euro-Asia Interconnector and the Euro-Africa Interconnector. As mentioned by previous speakers, interconnectors are extremely important for small countries, particularly Cyprus, which is not only a small country but also an island. So from that perspective, the interconnector opens up a lot of opportunity, not just for the transfer of electricity, but also for stabilizing our system in such a way that enables us to increase the use of renewable energy and to tap into opportunities that we believe are definitely there to be explored, particularly with in the light of the EU's plans as reflected in the Green Deal. So we are doing a lot of work on examining how not just to meet our targets but to exceed our targets in that we have set in our energy and climate policy for 2021 to 2030. And we're also looking at how to increase the use of technology, effective technology, not just with the interconnector, but also with storage possibilities on the island as well. Mr. Fannin mentioned the cooperation mechanism between Cyprus, Greece, Israel, and the US, known as 3+1. That's also an important part of our regional collaboration, as is the EMGF, the Eastern Mediterranean Gas Forum, which was mentioned by Minister Hadjidakis, and as he very rightly pointed out, it is certainly a very, very important development, which we're very excited about, and we look forward to the signing date, to the ceremony rather, on the 22nd of September, which will be followed by the signing of the document by each of the countries involved. The fact that so many countries are involved in the initiative is extremely important and indicative of the positive collaboration and developments in the region. And we very much also welcome the support of the EU and, of course, the US in this effort, which definitely places a lot of importance and enhances its role and function. It's also very important that there are different fora within the EMGF and different committees which will allow the companies to have a platform for discussion, as well as the states involved, so that we can actually have sort of meaningful utilization of this tool to take forward all our common objectives and to hopefully have some tangible results within the years to come. So that's it as an overview from me.
Thank you. And I'd like to take the opportunity of having you on screen to ask a follow-up question on the market conditions due to COVID. You mentioned the delays in drilling by some of the companies. You mentioned the consolidation within the industry. How are these developments reframing or reshaping your view of the regional cooperation and the importance of the trilateral partnership, the importance of efficiencies of scale between Cyprus with Egypt, for example, or Israel and Greece?
I think you are absolutely right in identifying the importance of regional collaboration within such a crisis. I think COVID has really showcased both the power of regional collaboration, but also the weaknesses and the problems that come from the lack of coordination, which I think we all experienced during the sort of first and initial wave of the pandemic. That has certainly been a huge learning curve for us. Yes, we did have a small delay, as I mentioned, to our energy plans because of the postponement of some of the planned drillings by a year or so. But we have used that time to acquire more experience in terms of, as I mentioned, the mechanisms that we can utilize. Cyprus was one of the first countries which introduced a crew change mechanism, whereby we have special arrangements where members of crew can come to Cyprus and either get off a vessel and go back home, or get off the plane and get on board vessels, and we have repatriated or brought back to work thousands of people from all over the world during this process, which has been running since about the beginning of May. And because of that, we have not only enhance collaboration with the different countries, obviously because of all the ramifications and logistics that come from bringing people from all over the world to a very tiny place and then flying them out again. So on a practical level, I think there's a lot to be done and a lot to be learned from the pandemic in order to ensure that in the future we can all recommence our operations, but definitely on a more political level, we need to have the collaboration that allows us to overcome obstacles and to have a continuous dialogue. And I think that is really the most important thing. So the fact that EMGF is actually materializing within this environment is very important. I think the platforms for collaboration are there. They have been developing for a long time, and there's a very, very solid ground for progress to be made. For me, the most difficult factor at the moment is actually the market conditions, which are quite difficult because of and outside our control to a large extent. So because of that, we have to make sure that all other parts of the puzzle, pieces of the puzzle, are in place and that they work, so that once those difficulties are overcome and the market is starts to recover in a solid and steady pace, that we can tap into the opportunities that we all are waiting for and that we have spoken about.
Thank you very much. I will come back to you, if I may, for the geopolitical part of the discussion in a little while. I would like to turn back to Thessaloniki, if I may, and our ministers there, to ask a little bit about the market conditions before we go into the other challenges and how COVID has reshaped them. You all mentioned the natural gas effect and importance as a transition fuel, an important one in the case of Southeastern Europe. How do you, and of course the European Union has set very ambitious targets for energy transition. What would you like to see and what from Brussels in order for the region to catch up to energy transition, but also integration going forward? Minister Mitsotakis, if I may start with you.
Undoubtedly, the pandemic had a negative impact on our economy, on the European economy in general. It is redundant, I think, to discuss that, but not to the extent we initially feared. As the proactive management of the crisis allowed us to weather the storm, I would say, better than many other EU countries. I have to tell you clearly that there were some fears regarding especially PPC, the main electricity company in Greece, but fortunately, up to now at least, there were not important repercussions. On the contrary, I think that this year is more positive than last year, for other reasons, of course, having to do with measures taken by the government, decisions taken by the management of the company, and so on. Anyway, the crisis also gave us the chance, I would say, to stress test the resilience of our country's energy sector under unprecedented conditions, and despite our worries that the lockdown could negatively affect the financial health of the industry, the effect was proven to be manageable across all sectors. Now, going to Brussels, examining the European dimension, I would say that this crisis provides us with the opportunity not only to promote the European Union's cooperation and economic integration, but also secure the necessary funds to jumpstart our economy in 2021. If you go back to, let's say, April, I think that all of you remember the doubts existing regarding the response of the European Union towards the pandemic, the economic repercussions of the pandemic. Finally, due to the initiatives of 9 European leaders at the beginning, including Prime Minister Mitsotakis, but also given the final decision taken by Germany, we had more than positive, I would say, developments regarding the new multi-annual framework of multi-annual budget of the European Union, including, of course, the decisions taken for the so-called Resilience and Recovery Fund. In this respect, I have to say that Greece has taken significant funds, which amount to almost 1/3 of our GDP. And also, I have to underline, because I'm the Minister of Environment and Energy, that around 1/3, or anyway 30% of all grants under the Recovery and Resilience Fund will be dedicated to achieving the country's energy transition and promoting other green policies, which is a more than significant development. And of course, we welcome that, especially in our field, in the energy and environment field.
Minister Nureddini, if I may turn to you for your perspective on the energy, the market conditions given COVID, and how you wish the European Union, but also Washington. We've heard interest from DFC, the International Development Financial Corporation, to fund part of the new project, the interconnector of Greece and North Macedonia. How important do you think such support is for further energy integration in Southeast Europe?
Thank you. As Minister Mitsotakis said, I don't think there's much we can say about the economy and the way it's affected our markets. I think each country has pretty much gone through similar effects. In regards to support from the EU, as I said earlier, we have finally become an official accession member, hopefully starting the talks very soon. The support is there. The support has been offered from the EU as well. We know that we're going to be part of the Western Balkan Fund, or COVID-19 support fund. And if I understood you correctly, I'm not sure I understood you correctly because it was a bit quiet. Regarding the interconnector you said earlier, that is being ongoing. That hasn't stopped anyways. We have secured the funding before the crisis started. We have got funding from IFIs, so that project is not related to the COVID-19 at all. We're hoping actually to coming back to that signing hopefully by the end of the year. What has COVID-19 done? Apart from, unfortunately, loss of life, it's given us an opportunity, as said earlier, it's given us a stress test in each institution, a stress test in the public administration, a stress test in all the private companies. What we've learned through this is maybe that this is something hopefully we'll overcome. We'll find a vaccination, we'll change it. At the same time, though, maybe we need to actually realize that this is something we'll overcome, but climate change is not something we can turn back on. Hence, the idea of actually investing in greener, more sustainable energy is imperative. Because the further we move forward, the less we do, we're not going to be able to turn back climate change. That's why the energy sector is really important. And I really appreciate the way and the rationality that the CEO of Hellenic Petroleum mentioned it earlier, we need to be greener. We need to find other ways of generating our energy, being more energy efficient. And this has probably taught us, or should teach us, that we cannot turn back climate change. And energy is one of the key things that is actually causing it, our generation of our energy. That is actually the key takeaway, or one of the key takeaways, sorry, apart from many others, that I think we have to unfortunately have to understand while going through this unfortunate event. But as I said, hopefully we'll have a vaccination, we'll have a solution to COVID-19 in the short term. However, though, we can never forget that we cannot turn back climate change. There won't be a solution once it starts, although it has already started. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And if I may pose the same question to Minister Havrilet about COVID-19 and how it has affected the industry in Romania, but also the time horizon for energy investments going forward. Has it become lower, shorter rather?
Yes, the pandemic crisis affected a lot, much more in southeastern countries than in another one. This is understandable because we are discussing about the different level of general economical development. In this moment, due to this situation in the southeast part, in our borders, in our regions, we do need much more capitalization and know-how. The industry was affected. The energy sector was affected much more than many others because of the continuous decreasing of demand. Another economical negative effects were present due to this situation, like the storages, natural gas storages are full because of the continuous decreasing of demand. There will be many expensive regulations in order to approve new tariffs, because the storage will be extended in the several years, so they will have to pay tariffs for several cycles in natural gas. Another negative effects are presented by the situation that in this pandemic crisis we registered some very specific effects, like selling fossil fuels below $0 per barrel. This is the first and significant effects in the energy sector. So energy sector, which is the sector which is pushing up every state economies, was very affected. That's why we do need in this moment capitalization in this area. Even the natural gas is greenest fossil fuel. We cannot anticipate how many years will be able natural gas to assure in its momentary role as a most important agent for transition, most important actor for transition. So we are speaking in the European Green Deals about a period of 2030 to decrease continuous fossil fuel until up to 2050, when any kind of fossil fuel will be not present in the market. So we have to discuss and to assure some support for the investor, because they have in this moment the plan of 30, 40 years in order to recover their investments. And the situation, the nowadays situation, not just for pandemic crisis, but maybe military situation, as proved to be in the Crimea issue, are showing that there are much more risks investing in Black Sea side than we are knowing until this moment. I think the governments need to discuss with the investors in order to assure appropriate measures in the legal provision in order to sustain in this moment their investments, in order to obtain final investment decision from those companies, in order to assure them possibility to recover their investments, in order to decrease the risks in this area. But yes, especially for Romania, natural gas is very important due to the situation that Romania is the second largest country in production of natural gas. So for us, it's very, very important. And also the onshore reservoir are in development in this moment, because still there exists in Romania onshore reservoir for natural gas, and using this possibility to switch power generation from coal to power generation natural gas is very important, because we can use natural gas and on their ability to transmit, to assure the transition. And also Romania could be a very important gas exporters, due to the situation that Brua pipeline was put it into the place. And in the first phase, it's for the security of supply purpose. But in the second phase, when the Black Sea side will be put in place, Romania could use this pipeline in a economical manner in order to obtain profit, in order to assure security of supply, not just in the Romania, but also in the neighboring regions. This is about the natural gas perspectives, but also the new perspectives coming from installing renewables and the new policy, European policy, in order to assure important funds for the renewables, give Romanian possibility to be a very important actor in the power generation from renewables, and also to use innovative solutions in order to produce hydrogen. Even we are speaking about the blue hydrogen coming from the natural gas, or we can speak about the green hydrogen coming from the renewables in the time that they cannot evacuate electricity in the national grids, so they can use this technical possibility. And the European funds are very generous one in order to sustain this kind of investments. In this moment, we are speaking in Romania about two main projects. One of them is to switch power generation on coal. It's important for us because there are social problems in this area of mono industry. Are working thousands and thousands people, and their jobs are very important for them due to the situation that in that area are not developed another industries. But just transition fund accorded also generous amount to sustain another industries in those regions. And the second project, important project, strategic one, it's to phase out the generation on coal due to the nowadays situation that the producers are penalized, and the energy price it's increasing every time, and this is affecting competitiveness of the those industrial companies which are having external markets on their products. We are speaking about the automotive industry, steel industry, aluminum industry, and they have to pay this penalization carbon certificates. I'm confident, and we are confident that in the next 7 years, because we have assured these funds until 2021, from 2021 until 2027, and this period we will succeed in applying those main 2 projects. But another projects we are speaking of in the possibility to extend the production in a nuclear area. We are speaking in extending production in hydro, big hydro and pumping station, also ensuring possibility to storage electricity in hydro pumping big stations. And also Romania has many important potential to use biomass, having opportunities in this area. And nevertheless, high efficiency technologies we have to put in place in order to assure efficiency technologies that can prevent high prices in the market in order to assure competitiveness in industry. These are for sure the picture of the day in Romania.
Briefly to and quickly for a final round of questions on the geopolitical challenges to Minister Pilidou. To ask her, Minister Pompeo, Secretary Pompeo will be coming to Cyprus tomorrow, among other things, to ask, as he said, for Cyprus's perspective on tensions with Turkey on the Aegean. And I'm wondering, what is Cyprus's perspective on the way out of this current situation instead of in the region? Could you hear me well?
Yes, of course. Indeed. Stabilizing the situation and creating some new and much needed balance and stability in the region. We believe that both the U.S. and other bodies, countries, but also bodies such as the EU can play this role of getting the tension to dissolve, and that is certainly necessary. And I think a prerequisite in basically enabling and facilitating new initiatives in the future, and hopefully in the very near future. As I mentioned earlier, as Cyprus, we are very committed to continuing discussions with regards to finding a solution to the Cyprus problem under the right conditions. So a halt or a stop to Turkey's current actions within the Eastern Mediterranean for us would be an important step forward, following which we could start discussing the terms of a new of the recommencement of the dialogue. As I said earlier, it's very crucial that a holistic solution is found to the Cyprus problem in the context of what was discussed and agreed at Crans Montana, which we believe is a very good and solid base from how we can restart the discussion. I think everyone here agrees that peace and dialogue and collaboration is the way forward, and that's certainly what we are working towards.
Thank you. And if I may turn to Minister Hatzidakis for his take on the same topic. I understand from your earlier point, and we've heard the Greek government say that the immediate cessation of all Turkish activities in the Aegean is a prerequisite to returning to the dialogue. What is your take on the importance and significance, effect of these geopolitical tensions on energy cooperation and integration in the region?
Madam Sokou, a few years ago, being a member of the European Parliament, I had delivered a speech in Turkey, in a city opposite to Mytilene called Altinoluk, advocating, defending Greek-Turkish friendship and the need to coexist peacefully. And there was an audience of hundreds of Turks applauding my speech. I sincerely believe that this audience continues to exist, and there are certain opinion polls indicating that there is a significant percentage of Turks supporting this approach. Unfortunately, this is not the approach of the Turkish leadership, which is an arrogant one, not allowing the two countries to coexist without turbulences and problems. Our policy, our strategy, our approach are absolutely clear. We believe that we are condemned to coexist with all our neighbors and especially with the Turks. There is no alternative. Everything else will be detrimental to anybody, to everybody. And that was the spirit of a recent article of Prime Minister Mitsotakis in 3 very well-known European newspapers. There is time for both countries to discuss and overcome tension. And going to the energy sector, which has to do with territorial self and exclusive economic zones, I would like to underline that recently Greece reached 2 different agreements with 2 other neighbors, Italy, 2 other neighboring countries, Italy and Egypt. And the question is clear. Why do we come to reach an agreement with 2 important neighbors like Italy and Egypt, and this is not the case with Turkey? We are the same government. We have the same approach. So it is evident. You have to discover the problem on the other side of the Aegean. They have to understand that this year is 2020 and not the 19th century. We are not living in the 19th century. Their behavior is an anachronistic one. They have to get this message, and I think this is a message they get from many other countries. The US recognized that the islands have territorial self. Israel, Egypt, Italy, France, all the Mediterranean, the EU Mediterranean countries, yesterday in course. I hope that they will get this message. Otherwise, they have to understand that this country, Greece, has its history, its national pride, and its interest, and we have to defend all three: our national pride, our history, and our interest. We still continue to underline that we can't discuss with them as we discussed with the Egyptians and the Italians. This can be the case for Turkey as well. But they have to think once again to stop provocations. And I repeat, as soon as they stop provocations, we are ready to start discussions.
I'm afraid we're running out of time, but I would like to give the opportunity to our guest ministers to, if they want to say something on the same topic of the geopolitical challenges, but very briefly, please, if you may.
Oh, I in this moment I have no presentation for geopolitical. We know, just we intend to cooperate, to have a very good cooperation. In order, we are very interested that in our Southeast European side, without conflicts, with cooperation and general benefit. This is our perspective.
Thank you. We, as a country, of course, we believe in a stable region and a cooperation. We believe in a healthy dialogue, as we've shown in the past. And yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Thank all the esteemed participants, Mr. Mitsotakis, Assistant Secretary Fanon, Minister Havrilet, Minister Noureddini, Minister Pilidou, for their participation in this panel. And I would like to pass the floor now to our moderator. Ilya, are you here?
Thank you, Katerina. We thank all Minister and U.S. State Assistant Secretary for their participation at the forum and the cast of their views on the energy development in the region. We continue our program with another very interesting discussion panel concerning the U.S. perspective for Southeast Europe's energy role. We are honored to have with us 4 U.S. ambassadors from regional countries. The panel will be moderated by Damon Wilson, Executive Vice President of the Atlantic Council. Damon, your turn. I guess we have some delays. Someone from the floor, can you help me here? Welcome you all today in our forum. Dear ambassadors, we're waiting from Damon Wilson. Hello, Ambassador Pyatt. We're waiting for Damon to connect with us in order to moderate the discussion. Until Wilson join us, maybe Ambassador Pyatt, since you had the initiative and the idea to form this panel, maybe you should start the conversation if you'd like.
Sure. Well, yes. Thank you very much for having us all on. It's a tremendous pleasure for me to be joined by all my friends and colleagues, but also to be back for what is my fourth AmCham Regional Energy Forum. I well remember the very first one of these. We were all together in Alexandropoli in 2017 with Minister Petkova. And a lot of what we were discussing then in theory has now been transformed into practice. And I think both the Greek state, but also AmCham can take a lot of pride in that accomplishment. If you look at where we are today, it's no exaggeration to say that energy is one of the most important and strongest pillars of the U.S.-Greece strategic relationship. It's something we cooperate on every single day. You can see it measured in terms of the dramatic increase in U.S. LNG exports to Greece, including over the course of 2020, when there's been a dramatic shift in the overall Greek energy market that Minister Hatzidakis talked about, away from Russian piped gas towards LNG suppliers. You also see it in the renewable space, where U.S. companies are becoming much more active, whether it's GE in the wind space. Also, significant developments that are propelled by Prime Minister Mitsotakis' bold goal to eliminate the use of lignite coal power by 2028. So we have one of the signature examples of how that power gap is going to be filled by clean LNG power in the large Mytilineos power facility that I was able to participate in the inauguration of last year. That uses a GE turbine that produces a remarkable 25% less or 75% less. It only expels 25% of the emissions of existing power sources. You also see it in the extraordinary progress in the rollout of regional infrastructure. The expansion of the Revithousa terminal here near Athens, which I was flying over earlier this afternoon. The completion of the TAP pipeline, which will begin commercial operations later this year. The IGB, which Minister Hatzidakis and I'm sure my colleague Hero Mustafa will talk about. The floating regasification unit at Alexandropoli, which is moving ahead, as Frank Fannin said, with strong support of the U.S. government. And you see it, and I saw it just 2 weeks ago when I was up in Thessaloniki and was able to visit the Hellenic Petroleum refinery there and talk to LP about the importance that they place on their cooperation with North Macedonia and their hopes for the revitalization of the Vardax pipeline, which will both save costs for consumers in North Macedonia and help to deepen the regional infrastructure. And I was really glad that you were able to have Minister Noureddini there in Thessaloniki. I remember meeting him last year at the energy conference in Thess, and I'm glad both that he remains so committed to this vision of integration and cooperation between Greece and North Macedonia in the energy space, but also that he seems so energized by the new mandate that his government enjoys up there. And then the one thing that I would say has probably changed most in the past year since we were together in Thessaloniki is how the U.S. government is approaching these issues with a much more deliberate and intentional regional focus. And one of the great benefits of that is that I've had a positive agenda that I've been able to develop with my friends and colleagues, Ambassador Mustafa, Ambassador Barnes, and Ambassador Godfrey. We all go back a long way, and it's fantastic that we're all able to collaborate in this way. I'm sure, and I'm really looking forward to hearing what they have to say from their respective capitals. I would just note that I share completely the vision that Minister Hatzidakis laid out, in which Assistant Secretary Fannin reaffirmed about Greece's role in helping to redraw the energy map of Europe, and how that helps to deepen energy security for the wider region, build resilience, and advance our shared goals. It also, as Minister Hatzidakis noted, helps to enhance the geostrategic role that Greece is playing here in Southeastern Europe and as part of the American strategy. So it's a very exciting time to be working on these issues. I consider our partnership with AmCham of extreme importance in this area. And as I said, I'm really delighted that we get to take this first foray into a more regional approach and look forward to building on it in the months ahead. So thanks. And I hope we've got Damon now.
I don't know if you can hear me now, Ambassador Pyatt. Many apologies. I was able to hear you. There's great demand for this program. So I was being held in the studio and just was able to get in. Thank you very much for kicking us off, Ambassador Pyatt. Let me just ask one quick follow-up question before I turn to Ambassador Mustafa. It's really a pleasure to have you on the line right now. You've said in the past that the developments around energy security in Greece have really been one of the most significant developments to ensuring Europe's energy security. How has, just quickly, and you touched on some of these points, but do you think that's the case? How has that been, what has made Greece's role so central to the transformation of Europe's energy security?
Thanks, David. Well, I think there are probably two answers. One, you and I have talked a lot about the geography of this region, and maps matter. I learned that the hard way when I was ambassador in Ukraine. And it's certainly the case, and it has been the case for thousands of years in terms of Greece's role as the meeting point between Eurasia and Europe. And so the geography explains some of this, but what's also played a critical role has been the willingness of multiple Greek governments now to work with the United States. And what I would emphasize is how the developments that are coming to fruition now build on really decades of U.S. foreign policy, the Southern Gas Corridor, our efforts to build a collaboration among our European allies, our NATO partners, in addressing these issues. And then Greek governments that recognized, I think, early on, the advantage to getting out from underneath their dependence on a single supplier of pipeline gas, and now are in the position to help collaborate and work with their partners. And a Greek state, which has clearly placed a priority on stabilizing and deepening Greece's cooperation with all of its neighbors, building on this vision of Thessaloniki, about a Greece-Bulgaria relationship that's better than it's been in hundreds of years, a relationship between Greece and North Macedonia, which has finally been clarified by the Prespis Agreement. And I was really excited when I was in Thessaloniki 2 weeks ago to hear how much constructive focus there was on building business and commercial ties between the two countries, and how little talk there was about ancient animosities. And then leveraging a very strong, traditionally strong relationship between Greece and Serbia, in which Greece seeks to work with the United States actively as a partner in helping Serbia to build its relationship with the European Union and with NATO. So there's a lot of geopolitics behind this, and the fact that we today have a U.S.-Greece relationship that's undeniably better than it has ever been. I was reminded of that today when I was with General Floros, the Greek chief of defense, and we had our Air Force personnel and Hellenic Army personnel in an airborne exercise together, which really put a highlight on how much practical cooperation is happening every single day between these two governments. So thanks for the question. And again, thanks for hosting, Damon. I didn't know if you were going to be on, so I didn't get to say what a treat it is to see you again and how much value we at Embassy Athens place on the work that the Atlantic Council has been doing on energy and a whole bunch of other issues to help us deepen and strengthen the strategic relationship with Greece.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. I had the chance at the beginning of the conference to kick off singing your praises for how you've helped steward the U.S.-Greek relationship in such a remarkable way and given so many opportunities for us to build on. We talked about at the opening how in a really tough time in the pandemic and the economic consequences, we need to find opportunities. And I'm really delighted to speak to you and all the U.S. ambassadors. I'm going to turn to Ambassador Hero Mustafa next. These American ambassadors that are deployed in the region are just among our best at helping to find the opportunity in challenging times. You mentioned improved relations, heightened best relations between Greece and Bulgaria. If I might, if Ambassador Mustafa is on the line, I want to turn to Hero to ask a little bit about how you see. Good to see you. Such a pleasure to see you. It's been too long. I want to see you in person. But thanks for joining today. And I thought you could speak to Bulgaria has had a particular set of challenges on its energy portfolio over the years. It's of diversifying its sources and its supplies. It's been the heart of big debates on pipelines, on nuclear. Can you give us a little bit from your perspective of how you see the U.S. government is working with Bulgaria to contribute to energy security in Southeast Europe?
Yes, absolutely. Let me say thank you very much for hosting this. And it's such a treat to see you. Damon and I were in grad school together. So we go way back. So it's just wonderful to see him on the other end of this virtual conference. And thank you also to AmCham for hosting. This is a very important topic, and as it is for my colleagues in the region, and as you heard from Assistant Secretary Fannin, a top priority for the U.S. government. In Bulgaria, as you know, last year, 98% of the natural gas came from one source. This year, it's 90% because they were able to do some spot trades. In terms of nuclear fuel, it's 100% still reliant on one source. So we have set out with the Bulgarian government to make energy diversification the number one policy agenda. And the lesson learned for me this past year is coordination, follow the details, share best practices. And let me just address all three briefly. On coordination, you've heard a lot about regional integration. Truly, I cannot underline that enough. But it's also coordination internally. So again, here in Bulgaria, you've heard us talk about Alexandroupolis, the important milestone of Bulgaria booking capacity at Alexandroupolis. 2 weeks ago, I was with Ambassador Pyatt in Athens, where we were able to finalize that deal. And then the Greece-Bulgaria interconnector, which are extremely important to helping diversify the flow of gas. But it's not just that. It is about the nuclear energy plants. Bulgaria has a project to restart a plant, a second nuclear plant, which, if it goes forward, will cement Bulgaria's relationship to Russia for another 70 years. So we are working with the Bulgarian government on alternate sources, alternate plans, something that would be cheaper, would provide modern technology, and that would be economically more feasible. Then it's also looking at the coal plants and whether or not Bulgaria will decide to convert these into gas plants, what it will do with the Green Deal. And then, of course, there's Turkstream and the extension of Turkstream, which you all know that we oppose. So it's internal coordination, and then regionally, I have exchanges with Ambassador Pyatt daily on these issues. I think all of my colleagues can also say that we've all sort of become energy experts in our own way because of the importance that we all place on energy. So that's a little bit about the coordination. And then following the details is extremely important, because what we've learned is that it's one thing to commit to a new project or a new plan, but it's very different to see that all the way through implementation and the final deal. And we have seen corrupt influencers try to delay deals, try to use front companies to get into the projects, and following the details, even as a U.S. government, as the Greek government, the Bulgarian government, is extremely important. And on IGB, this is a prime example where now that we have Alexandroupolis finalized, the next step is making sure that the IGB is finalized by the end of next year, and that it's not delayed. But that will take all of the governments also focused on this commercial deal. And then sharing best practices is extremely important, because these governments we think, can never coordinate enough. So on the Green Deal, as an example, Greece has fantastic experience in renewables, and it could share its ideas and its experiences with Bulgaria, as Bulgaria will be receiving a huge amount of money for the Green Deal, and renewables is still a new field for it. So this is where we think even greater coordination would be in the benefit of the two countries and of the region. So that's a little bit more about Bulgaria and our views. Back to you, Damon.
Thank you, Ambassador. Yes, Hero and I, Ambassador Mustafa and I, went to school together. She was the best student at Princeton, and so Bulgaria is doing. It's fantastic for them to have you representing us there. You've got a particular challenge that sort of mirrors the level of dependence on Russia and Bulgaria, ongoing concern. I want to come back to you, but pick this up with a view of Serbia and turn to Ambassador Godfrey, if I may, who's joining us, I believe, from Belgrade, to ask a little bit about how these factors, what the U.S. approach and what kind of partnership you can have with the Serbian government on diversifying its supplies, recognizing the role and the presence that Russia has in that market. If I could turn to Ambassador Godfrey. Let's see, are we able to pull him up? There he is. Yes, sir. All right, great to see you.
Hey, very nice to see you, and thanks to the Atlantic Council. Don't forget Serbia. We're the only country represented in this conference, or at least in this panel, that isn't a NATO member. So all the help that you can give to the beleaguered Atlantic Council here in Belgrade would be welcome. But thanks very much. So obviously our top strategic priority in Serbia is supporting Serbia's goal of European integration and EU membership. And it's the same for the rest of the Western Balkans. So energy diplomacy in Serbia means a lot there. And for Serbia to take its rightful place as a full member of the European Union family, it's got to make progress on a few key areas related to energy. It's got to improve its energy security by increasing its diversity. And it's got to have a stable, secure supply that isn't subject to political costs. So you may have tracked the meetings in Washington just last week. Rick Grenell was able to engineer the Serbian president and the Kosovar prime minister together to sign agreements. And one of the aspects of that agreement was that Serbia would pursue energy diversity. The word in the press about the behind the scenes discussion was that we tried to push them harder to get them to take more LNG, but they said, look, as far as we can go is talking about greater diversity. And that's true. But Serbia did commit to increase its diversity, and they know what that means to us anyway. But at the same time, Serbia does need to make progress on energy efficiency and clean energy. And then finally, of course, it needs to move toward full compliance with EU energy regulations, including, crucially, the third energy package. But let's start with natural gas. Serbia's demand for natural gas is growing, and it will continue to grow as it develops its gas infrastructure. And we are encouraging Serbia to grow its gas consumption because the mix here in Serbia is just toxic. But at present, Serbia is almost entirely dependent upon Russia for its supply. And it's a problem that's only exacerbated by the Turk Stream 2 pipeline. Turk Stream, obviously, for reasons we all understand, is not a sustainable long-term solution. And it eliminates competition in Serbia's natural gas market and in the downstream markets as well. So we know that Serbia has to diversify its sources of natural gas. And to a certain extent, the Serbians understand that as well. But that means finding ways to bring LNG and other sources into the region. And regional cooperation is absolutely key to opening the natural gas market in Serbia. So we are very proud of the cooperation that we've had with Jeff and with Hero and others when Serbia took its first important step towards improving its energy diversification, when together with others, it committed to booking capacity at the Alexandroupoli floating storage and regasification unit. We're really proud of that accomplishment, and it was a tough decision for the Serbs, but they understand that they can't be so dependent. So it will open the possibility of competition in the Serbian natural gas market for the very first time. But to make this a reality, the project has to move forward, and the interconnectors must be completed between Greece and Bulgaria, and between Bulgaria and Serbia. There are other options for bringing new non-Russian gas into Serbia, but all of these are further down the line, and they all will require significant new investment in infrastructure and a commitment to regional cooperation. Improving Serbia's gas supply and infrastructure is important because it's also a step towards efficiency and a cleaner mix. Serbia's power generation now is 70% dependent on lignite coal. The result is some of the worst air pollution in the world and a public health nightmare. So Serbia needs to move from subsidizing coal to supporting lower cost, cleaner energy solutions for power generation. And they have a plan to subsidize the gasification of a lot of the residential areas of the city, because that's where some of the worst problems come about. But it's got to do this without deepening its energy dependence on Russia. Our assistance programming in coordination with the EU is helping Serbia to improve its efficiency and meet its renewable energy targets, which it has to do in order to open Chapter 15 in its accession roadmap. But we're also working with Serbian counterparts to explore and finance renewable energy development, evaluate how to integrate renewables while maintaining network stability, and develop regional electricity markets that can help optimize renewable energy generation across the region. We have been working with the Serbian government and with European financing institutions on ways to do this. And as we really recently announced, the U.S. International Development Finance Corporation will open a permanent office here in Serbia, which should increase financing opportunities for private sector-led energy projects in Serbia and the region. But finally, obviously, we support EU efforts to bring Serbia into compliance with and to establish open and competitive energy markets as envisioned by the Third Energy Package. We recognize there are structural reasons that this has not yet happened, but we're hopeful that improved infrastructure, stable supply, and new sources of gas will help give Serbia the means and the motivation to finally unbundle upstream and downstream operations into self-sustaining, independent enterprises. And full implementation of EU energy regs will encourage regional market competition and bring Serbia closer to EU accession, which is Serbia's and, by the way, the United States' biggest goal. So I'll leave it there, and happy to answer any questions you might have.
Being in Belgrade and Serbia as well. I'm going to pick up Ambassador Burns in Skopje, but I'm going to come back to Ambassador Mustafa, Ambassador Godfrey. Part of the diversification in Bulgaria and Serbia, part of that is bringing LNG exports into the mix. Part of it was also a serious commitment to leveraging EU finance for green technologies. I want to come back and talk about that balance in just a moment, but let me first bring in, since we haven't heard from Ambassador Burns from Skopje yet, if I might, if she is with us. Good to see you there. Welcome to the show. We've just heard from pretty difficult energy situations for Bulgaria and Serbia. How does you have a new government in place in Skopje? Yes. How does the situation look there? And what's the approach of the second Zaev government at tackling this issue?
Well, thank you, Damon. It's great to see you too. And I want to thank the American-Hellenic Chamber of Commerce for giving us this opportunity to reconnect, not just with my colleagues in Athens and Sofia and Belgrade, but with great partners in Thessaloniki and Athens and in Washington and elsewhere. But aside from the opportunity, I think it's also significant that North Macedonia, though it's the smallest market of the countries that are represented on this panel here today, that it's seen as part of the U.S. regional approach when it comes to energy diversification and collaboration that Assistant Secretary Fannin and that my colleagues have already described. North Macedonia, like its regional neighbors, has made very significant strides since the signing of the 2005 Athens Treaty, not just to reform and develop its energy sector, but to open its market and making modernization and investment actually possible. The United States government, through USAID, has played a key role in that, along with the support of U.S. industry associations. And that's not just the effort to develop the electricity and gas markets, but also to help them plan for economically and technically viable infrastructure development and investment strategies. And as you heard from Minister Nuruddini, and I too am very glad that he could make it from Skopje for this important event, the government here has already indicated that energy is going to be a key priority in the next government program, and they have listed several projects in their 2020-2024 program that was approved just a couple weeks ago by the parliament here. Right now, nearly all of the natural gas that's consumed here in North Macedonia is transported from Bulgaria and sold by Gazprom, which puts North Macedonia at the end of a pipeline in a very poor negotiating position. In their new program, we were very pleased to see that the government has committed to converting the old Negatino coal-fired power plant to natural gas, which will increase demand for this new gas resource. And then by continuing to build out the domestic gas transmission and distribution network, that will also continue to further increase local demand, as well as to make a real significant effort in reducing local air pollution, which, as Anthony described, is also a severe problem here in North Macedonia. I think more of note, and certainly for our regional partners, as the minister also stated, the government here has committed to building the gas interconnector with Greece, and we see that as a significant step in the right direction. And we're going to encourage North Macedonia and Greece to move as quickly as they can to make sure there are no barriers to this deal so that it can move forward as quickly as possible. That's because North Macedonia's strategic location and connection to Greece via pipeline would then open opportunities to transport natural gas to neighboring Kosovo, to Serbia, to Albania, and that would allow those markets to also benefit from lower cost gas for their consumers. On the subject of renewables, the new government program also calls for half of the country's electricity generation capacity to come from renewables by 2024. And this includes plans to increase solar, hydro, wind, and biomass capacities throughout the country. We're confident that the government will work to ensure that tenders are transparent, and this will allow for free market competition and more private investment. So all of these things, this increased production capacity, combined with the government's plans to update its electricity transmission network, this will further connect North Macedonia with the region, and that increased connectivity will then help bring economic and security benefits to their European neighbors as well. You asked about the situation here in North Macedonia, and I want to emphasize, I think, the president of North Macedonia, Stevo Penderovski, explained this very well in another Atlantic Council event, which took place in July. This country has seen amazing progress since the signing of the Prespa Agreement with Greece in 2018. We've seen a collaboration and cooperation with Greece increase. We've seen collaboration also with other parts of Southeastern Europe, as well as the Western Balkans amplify. Just in this last year, North Macedonia joined NATO, and it's now preparing to formally open its accession talks with the EU, hopefully before the end of this year. So despite the considerable challenges that COVID-19 has presented here, it is still an auspicious time for North Macedonia. And with the next government, this government's commitment to an ambitious energy plan as part of its effort to help transform the economy here, there are now new opportunities, including potentially for U.S. companies and services to be part of helping North Macedonia secure a cleaner, more reliable, and more secure energy supply for the future. So I'll stop there. I'm very much looking forward to working with all of my colleagues and many of you on the call here today on how we can help support that agenda and our shared strategic interests in the region. Thanks, Damon.
There, but These three countries that we've just heard from the U.S. ambassadors, Bulgaria, Serbia, North Macedonia, are in a tight spot on energy dependence right now. And so let me jump back, if I might, to Ambassador Mustafa and Sofia, if we could. How much do you see, I mean, given it's extreme dependence on Gazprom, on a Russian source, whether nuclear or through gas, how much do you see new LNG exports and the use of these terminals in the region versus where the EU is really headed, trying to focus on renewables and green finance? How do you see sort of a pathway to diversification for Bulgaria that's actually viable when you look at the details and you're trying to follow through for impact when these things take time, but you're focused on the next couple of years? What's the most viable pathway for Bulgaria?
So thank you. That's a great question. So I had mentioned these spot purchases that took place this past winter. In order for the Bulgarians to have done those spot purchases, they needed to book capacity at Revithusa. They needed a license. When they were looking at this year, capacity at Revithusa was booked. They didn't have a license. And so even for the Bulgarians, they're realizing just how important Alexandroupolis is, because not only have they taken a 20% ownership stake, but also booked the 20% capacity. So they will, for the first time, have the ability to store LNG, bring from different sources. They're looking ahead and realizing that even within Bulgaria, their internal storage facility at Chirin needs to be enlarged. So they are already looking forward because they know it will take years. And they have a contract with Azerbaijan, which is scheduled to initiate later this year for 1 billion cubic meters. They were hoping to bring that in via the Greece-Bulgaria interconnector. Since that isn't complete, they're now having to find alternate routes. But the point is, they have that contract already. And as they're looking at their capacity in Alexandroupolis, they're hoping to buy 0.5 billion cubic meters. And again, whether that's from the U.S., whether that's from another source, the important point is that it won't be Gazprom. So that's important for all of us to look at. That new contract won't start until January of 2023. So we're working now for something that is in 2023. As I mentioned, again, the nuclear fuel, we're looking at trying to get alternate nuclear fuel here. We've been working on this for years. If we're successful, if we follow the details, that will commence in 2024 at the earliest. So it's taking that longer term view, and as my friend Jeff Pyatt says, having that strategic patience. He was involved in the early days of TAP, and I remember when people would say it was a pipe dream, and look where it is now. He was one of the people who was advocating for that. So with all of these projects, it's looking ahead. And now with the Green Deal, where we think Bulgaria really needs to focus is on these coal plants that are in the center of the country and the direction that it will take. Will it go for clean coal technology? The U.S. Department of Energy has clean coal technology, which will lower the emissions, or will it again go to convert those big coal power plants into gas, which would add yet another 1 billion cubic meters? So this is where the forward planning is extremely important because as we're talking about diversification now, it will be years before we actually see it.
Long-term process. I'm going to go back to Serbia. Ambassador Godfrey, you mentioned 70% production from lignite coal, the pollution in Belgrade. One of the things that President Vučić has been championing, Ambassador Burns mentioned this, is this idea of a regional integrated economic space in the Western Balkans, among the Western Balkan six, as a way to better leverage a larger market, as a way to better leverage EU recovery funds. How do you see President Vučić's initiative to promote this regional economic effort and the EU's sort of green finance options out there? Do you see this as a viable pathway to accelerate Serbia's efforts to reduce its dependency on Gazprom?
So the answer is, I hope so, but I fear not. And I'd like to pull in what Hero was just speaking about in terms of timelines. We're talking about 2023, 2024 before any of these options are available in places like Sofia. Serbia's on the other end of the line, so things have to be sorted out in other places before they can get to Serbia. But you made the very good point that Serbia's power generation is 70% dependent on lignite coal. So there's space there to bring in more renewables. And we think that Serbia plans to do that. And they are doing a good job of working on renewables, both with the EU. They're getting some funds there, obviously not a member state, an accession state, so the levels are lower. But we are also doing our best to help with this, and not just through the USAID plans, but also we hope through the Development Finance Corporation, who's going to bring, we think, new assets to the region. But even if those renewables are increased, they're not going to touch the 70% level, which is where we really need to work on. And Serbia was counting on increasing its gas proportion. That would greatly reduce its pollution problem here, and it would be much less expensive. And for them, the loss of Turk Stream 2 is going to be very bitter. And it's not just because they were counting on it, but they've also already made a lot of the investment. And it's a tough pill for them to swallow. They did commit in Washington to greater diversity, and we expect that is going to probably be focused in the near term anyway on greener and renewables and things like that with EU and other support. Now, as far as what Vučić calls the mini Schengen and improving trade in the region, that's a real goal, and it's something that we support strongly. And it's my expectation that this is going to make things more efficient. It's going to allow more trade here in the region where these states can be competitive with each other rather than competing with countries that are just out of their weight class. So it's my expectation that that's going to be helpful for the economies. I'm not exactly sure how much that's going to contribute to the energy diversity challenge that Serbia faces. I do think, though, that the more we can bring down the cost of LNG in the region to make it really competitive with the Gazprom heroin needle, it would be very much in the interests of improving motivation for diversity here in Serbia.
Turn back to Skopje and Ambassador Burns, and then I'm going to come to Ambassador Pyatt to wrap this off with a few key questions given the centrality of Greece looking to the Southeast and Eastern Med. But Ambassador Burns, first, let me close out in Skopje. You mentioned this is among the smallest markets, the most vulnerable. Do you see either in the wake of a Prespa agreement and greater economic opportunities with Greece, or even in the context of what Zaev and Penderovsky have been committed to, a regional economic effort in the Balkans? Do you see space for private sector investment to help North Macedonia tackle this problem, or is that market just really too small? How does it leverage the relationship with Greece or its Balkan neighbors to create a more attractive environment to leverage the DFC presence in Belgrade?
Well, I mean, I think you got to that right at the end there, Damon. The market has been so small, and even some of these projects, which, great projects on their own, but the size of the lots and the tenders are not necessarily the kinds of projects that would attract U.S. investment on their own. But as we approach the region from a broader perspective, we see the interconnections as they take it on in their own programs, and the government program specifically addresses a similar mixed and experience to those neighboring countries. I mean, what Ambassador Mustafa and Ambassador Godfrey were explaining were very similar challenges here in terms of moving off of lignite, opening up new sources of clean natural gas, and to some extent increasing the amount of renewables that are available to them. These can all be balanced, but for companies to be interested, and I think particularly in this case services, they want to be looking at the market as a whole and looking at the different markets as an integrated market, or at least compatible markets where their investments will have a bigger return. So I think that's one of the reasons why you see all of us excited to be working together as colleagues and counterparts, but also under this broader strategy, because that's going to be the best chance of success in terms of the region. And we've seen that in restructuring of the markets. If we apply it now in terms of having conversations with investors and companies, and we partner with the governments here to help them hold those conversations, I think there can be a real chance for progress.
Thank you. Let me turn to Ambassador Pyatt as we get close to closing out this with maybe two questions that you can help bring us home, Ambassador Pyatt, with. One, part of the objective you've had is to be in the wake of the Prespa Agreement to really work with Athens, to work with Greece as a strategic partner of the United States for a strategy in the Balkans. Is energy one of those areas where Greece can play a leadership role working in Southeast Europe to promote diversification? And the second side of this is more complicated as you look south and east into the Eastern Med. We're talking at a time of great tension with Turkey and its maritime exploration. How do you see the U.S. role in helping to navigate or de-escalate these tensions that are escalating in the Eastern Med, which actually are an obstacle to seeing that region as an energy part of the energy solution? So those two questions to you to help bring us home, sir.
One is pretty easy because the answer is definitely yes. It's already happening. It was fascinating to me when I talked to the team at Hellenic Petroleum at Thessaloniki to see both the rail cars and the tanker trucks being loaded up to send refined products to their filling stations in Bulgaria, in North Macedonia. I asked them, who's your major competition in Bulgaria? It's Lukoil. So they're competing with Russian product. They're also producing and supplying Camp Bond steel in Kosovo. So you see that Greek companies who are very nimble and very familiar with the Balkans are already quite active. And now all of this new infrastructure that we've been talking about is going to accelerate and catalyze that. And I think it will quickly address the pricing question that Anthony properly focused on. That's the reason why you see this huge shift in Greece to LNG as opposed to Russian piped gas, which generally comes in through very unfavorable take-or-pay contracts. So at least in Greece, we found great enthusiasm for diversification. The Eastern Mediterranean situation, as you say, is complicated. It's complicated by geopolitics. As Assistant Secretary Fannin said, we're very focused on trying to build this into being a driver of cooperation. And I was really heartened to see and hear the very strong message from Minister Hatzidakis about Greece's commitment to working with all of its neighbors, building on this solid foundation that we already have in trilateral relationships with Israel, with Cyprus, with Egypt. Greece's desire to see energy become a driver of cooperation for all of the countries of the Eastern Mediterranean littoral. Obviously, we've got some high politics and diplomacy, which is going to play out in the next few days as Secretary Pompeo makes a very important visit to Cyprus. And I think he is going to be very clear at that point in the United States' commitment to continued leadership, continued engagement, working with our European allies, and emphasizing the need to bring differences back to the diplomatic table and eliminate the situation which exists today, where there's a real risk of accidental military escalation. So we're gonna focus on the upside, the positive aspect of this. I'm extremely proud of how much we've accomplished in the 3+1 relationship between Greece, Israel, Cyprus, and the United States, where the Energy Working Group, led by Assistant Secretary Fannin and his counterparts, has been the most active of the follow-up mechanisms underneath that umbrella, and where we're now moving not just to talk about the big 35,000-foot geopolitics of energy, but also practical cooperation, cybersecurity for energy infrastructure, physical security for energy infrastructure, green energy, and how to manage what you pointed out is a very important European transition as part of the Green New Deal, which in the Greek case, it's important to note that Greece, as part of the European Recovery Initiative, is going to access 32 billion euros in new funding. And Prime Minister Mitsotakis has made clear that he expects a significant portion of that funding to be devoted to green energy projects. And I'm very hopeful that American companies, American technology and service providers will be part of that story. So I wouldn't be in this line of work if I wasn't an optimist. So I'm going to remain optimistic that we're going to be able to transform these energy issues, even in the Eastern Mediterranean, to being a driver of cooperation rather than conflict.
Ambassador Pyatt, and I think we did sufficient job of picking up some of the questions that came in from our colleagues at ERT and live media. You covered them there. I appreciate that. I think I need to thank all of you for your time. I'm just so proud to have these individuals representing the United States and the region. Appreciate the work that you're doing in each of these countries, key partners of the United States. It's been an honor to see all of you virtually. I can't wait to see you in person. And thank you for the opportunity to moderate you. And if I am on cue, I'm going to follow Elias's cue and hand over, I believe, to Dr. Kostas Andriosopoulos, who's the chairman of the Energy Committee for the American-Hellenic Chamber of Commerce, for our next panel. So I will cede the video floor.
Thank you, dear U.S. ambassadors. Thank you, Damon, for the excellent and very interesting conversation. We really appreciate your valuable participation in the forum. So, as you said, Damon, we proceed now with our next panel concerning the new energy landscape in Southeast Europe, the electric mobility and the latest energy trends. The panel will be moderated by Dr. Kostas Andriosopoulos. Kostas, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Elias. Thank you for the introduction. It is a great honor to continue with this panel discussion, which we have the honor to have with us the Secretary General for Energy and Mineral Resources from the Ministry of Environment and Energy, Ms. Alexandra Zdoukou. I'm also honored to have with us George Ioannou, Dr. George Ioannou, the CEO of the Energy Exchange. We should have virtually with us also Kostis Ifneos, the Project Director of Gas Trade, and George Pechivanoglou, the Vice President of Unis Energy Group and Chairman of Wind Energy Committee. The topic of the discussion is around shaping the new energy landscape of Southeast Europe. We have a lot of developments that we have discussed over the course of our forum this day around energy efficiency, the developments on the geopolitical front and the geostrategic implications that Greece has, especially for Southeast Europe and the Balkan area, the developments on the Hellenic Energy Exchange, and of course the concept of e-mobility. We have about 1 month, a little bit more than a month, that the platform for the subsidization of the purchasing of electric cars has opened, and we should see some interesting statistics also being presented by Mr. Zdoukou later on. So with this, I will give directly the floor to Ms. Zdoukou for her opening address. Yes. Yes.
Okay, perfect. All right. Let me check. So good afternoon to our virtual guests and also to the half-empty hall. Thank you very much for the invitation. I know that we are getting at the end of the day, so I will try not to make you bored. For this reason, I chose to focus today on a project that comes from the future. It has a lot of technology, and it's a new narrative here in Greece. It's the electric mobility market. Of course, e-mobility is only one dish of the rich energy menu that we have for this year. So the rest of the main dishes, in a nutshell, and all the challenges that we have to face for this year at the ministry, if I can summarize them in titles, are 5. First of all, it's the electricity market and all the challenges that arise in the post-target model era. So this step, of course, is directly linked to our desire to achieve cheap energy for consumers, transparency in prices and competitiveness. I'm sure Mr. Ioannou will have more to say about that. The second biggest step is to have a bigger and faster penetration of renewables in Greece. So we all know that we need to add 8 more giga in installed power in the system from PV and wind. So we need serious investments. And from our side, what I can say on behalf of the ministry is that we will do our best to safeguard investment security, but also the viability of the industry of renewables. We will also wish, and we are planning to open new files in the ministry in other technologies like energy storage, hybrid, offshore floating, hydrogen. So these are new files that are coming. Then we have as a third plan in the ministry, of course, the national project of the Just Transition Plan. Of course, it will be one of the biggest challenges for the government, and you know how seriously the government has taken this responsibility to change the day after the shutting down of the lignite. So it's a chapter on its own, and we need to do our best in order to exploit, by all means, all the financial tools that are going to be allocated for this project. Then we have the energy efficiency in our building stock in Greece. Here we have a lot of things to do. Perhaps you might know that by November, we will launch our next program for the energy efficiency in buildings, an amount of 850 million euros for the next energy efficiency program in households. And the minister referred to that. Of course, one of another project that we're dealing with, of course, is the continuation of all these big energy infrastructure policies like interconnections, pipelines, etc. But today I will focus, as I said, to the e-mobility. So before we start reflecting that, I would like to ask you to pause for a moment and imagine an energy system where power generation is achieved through a diverse and decentralized network of energy units, such as your rooftop solar panels that are monitored intelligently, while the grid is able to manage supply and demand in real-time fashion. In fact, as nations move away from fossil fuels and toward net zero electricity systems, the energy structures we have come to know will have to change. So we are moving away from these centralized form, revolving around a small number of power stations towards a decentralized form where cities, towns, houses, and even vehicles will act as mini power stations. Therefore, EVs, renewable energies, and storage systems, combined with all the new technological trends, such as artificial intelligence and Internet of Things, will be the medium for the future energy transition. And this is the rationale of our policy making at the Ministry of Environment. As we see electric vehicles as a key energy trend, linking together with the transport and energy sectors and unlocking great opportunities for growth. I think I will start here. I forgot the presentation. So I would like to take you from where Greece's electric mobility was a year ago to all the work we're doing to take Greece into the future. The lack of cohesive and holistic regulatory framework has left Greece with less than 1,000 plug-in vehicles on the road, and around, I think we have around 100 publicly accessible charging points to serve these vehicles. So we lag far behind the rest of EU countries in regards to e-mobility market development. When we started working on this project a year ago, our efforts at that time seemed quite utopian. What we did first was to set clear targets. So our main target, as reflected in the national plan, is both clear and realistic: reduce air pollution, improve environmental footprint of the transport sector in our country, and needless to mention that our transport sector in Greece is among the oldest, if not the oldest, when compared to all other European countries. So achieving this target will have a series of positive effects on everyday life of people, improving air quality, but also accessibility in cities. The 30% penetration of EVs in new car sales by 2030, this is the target that we have set as Greece, is a realistic and achievable target as long as we take some necessary measures. The first thing we had to do was to create the necessary regulatory framework that will allow the new mobility market to grow. As you all know, we have a new e-mobility law that was voted a couple of months ago, and this does exactly what I said. So it creates a set of tools and incentives that support the development of e-mobility, following the successive examples of other EU countries. So other activities to support the e-mobility bill include, as you remember, the signing of a Green Deal of 20 stakeholders. And in each, everyone was committed to specific actions towards the electrification of transport. And we have, as you said, the launch of this subsidy scheme called Go Electric, which offers grants for the purchase of electric vehicles. So the e-mobility bill, which recently passed through Parliament, includes provisions that organize the end-to-end value chain of EVs, while they make the purchase of EVs more attractive, especially for businesses. There is also a set of measures to push for the development of necessary charging infrastructure. So such provisions create very preferential conditions for the development of both the electric vehicles market and the charging services market, especially when it comes to the development of EV charging facilities. We have linked the tax-based incentives we offer with the use of 100% renewable energy. And of course, we all know that this is the ultimate goal, to create a green growth in transport with electric vehicles moving around by using green energy. The new e-bill has one important goal: the growth that comes as a result of EV adoption. We want to help boost the manufacturing industry, contribute in changing the production model of Greece, and create new jobs. That's why we have included in the bill certain provisions, such as tax-related tools and incentives. So having easy access to charging your vehicle is, on one side, a prerequisite for someone to choose an electric car, and on the other side, an opportunity for a brand new market to grow. And given the phase out of lignite is one of our main goals and a great opportunity for green economic growth, we have decided to support the lignite regions by offering specific incentives for the establishment of production facilities related to the e-mobility sector there. We offered preferential treatment through these incentives, such as the exemption, for example, from salary costs during construction phase of a production unit, or offering also the ability for over depreciation on the upfront capital costs. These are some of the measures that are being adopted for the first time in Greece, and that will help substantially on our effort to attract investments relating to manufacturing. We have also offered a reduction in tax rates by 5% for 5 years, as well also as fast-track procedures during licensing phase. The aim for us is clear: to make Greece the front runner of Southeast Europe, turning the country into a hub of R&D and production facilities, all related to e-mobility. You know that big international companies have entered the Greek market, already investing in the country. Groups such as the French ENGIE, the Blink company, Tesla, have shown trust on our efforts by setting up business here. So huge interest is also shown from large companies coming from the energy sector, such as PPC, Hellenic Petroleum, investing in charging services market. And adding to these, we're very happy when we meet smaller companies, Greek startups, which have either just started the production of charge points or are about to start producing electric scooters. I'm finishing. Let me just give a few numbers for the subsidy scheme called Go Electric. The initial results. This is a platform that is on the air for the last 3 weeks. And the initial results from the scheme are really impressive. In less than a month, we have received applications for as many electric vehicles as the total amount of sales over the last 4 years. And at the same time, yes, we have 350 for the moment applications for EV cars. And at the same time, we have noted a huge interest for electric bicycles, with people considering anymore e-bikes as a main way to move around. And, you know, this is very important that we start changing the mentality of people to go to their job using an e-bike instead of taking the car. So we have made the first step, and the most decisive one, to change, as I said, the culture around transport in Greece and thus reduce emissions. And what else I have? I'm finishing. And so these kickstart e-mobility. I think we believe that will bring a revolution to the Greek transport sector. We offer direct subsidies for replacing conventional vehicles. And there we have also seen a significant number. We have, for the moment, around 600 applications for replacing, for withdrawing the cars and replacing them with EVs. So we provide tax-based incentives to businesses for the purchase of electric cars or the installation of charge points. And we have created also, as I said, this set of incentives to attract investments in the manufacturing value chain for e-mobility. Of course, this is not enough. We will also push the public sector to move towards e-mobility, because public sector fleets are also need to include electric vehicles. I used the word kickstart before simply because this is only the start. Next year, we plan to see many of our goals materialize. And we have some key priorities, and I finish with that for next year. First of all, it's the finalization of special plans created by local authorities that will locate the necessary charging infrastructure across the Greek cities. It's very important to have the deployment of electric cars, but we cannot make it if cities don't create, charging infrastructure. So we will fund the mayors to accelerate the plan for charging stations. Then we have the continuation of the subsidy scheme by adding extra budget to it, so reaching a total of 100 million, and the creation of also a similar scheme for what I said, this time subsidizing publicly accessible charge points, and especially the fast charging ones. To summarize, for us in the ministry, e-mobility is not just an electric car on the road. It's not just a charger at a shopping mall. E-mobility is a complete solution to reduce emissions, to improve quality of life, and create a new green economy with high growth prospects. So I can only close by saying to come and join us on this journey towards Greek transport. So I will enforce at least authorities like the DIE or Χρηματιστήριο to change your fleet to electric, and also move with the installation of charging stations. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Zdoukou. Very impressive numbers. It is astonishing to see that we have 300, as you said, the number of electric cars that have been ordered already for this 25 days is the same as the orders that we had over the past 4 years. So we can reach a target. Maybe by the end of the year, we should have more than what the whole electric fleet in the country has been so far. So which is very astonishing. And it shows that there is a very well thought plan behind it. You have mentioned that in your speech. It seems that it's not only a well thought plan, but also the implementation seems to be very good, because you have the whole ecosystem, the tax incentives, the concept with the municipalities, that they all need to be part of this game. And I think this was the spirit from the signature of these 20 key stakeholders that you mentioned earlier, that we understand it's not only a utility, an energy company, or simply the municipalities or the ministries. Everybody have to work together to make this a reality. And hopefully we are seeing this happening already. Now I will give the floor to Professor George Ioannou, the CEO of the Hellenic Energy Exchange, to give us his remarks.
Thank you very much, Costa. I would like to thank the American-Hellenic Chamber of Commerce for organizing this very prestigious event. And I would like to thank you, Professor Andriosopoulos, for organizing this session and chairing it. And finally, I would like to thank the Madam Secretary, because she has a very good suggestion that I intend to apply in our company very, very, very soon. The major word that comes in mind after hearing all the presentations of today, is that we're living through change. It's an era of change. A lot of things are happening that were not here before. And this is at the heart of a sector that traditionally is considered very rigid, with a lot of inertia. But this is not the reality today. We see that the renewable energy sources play the major role in a new transition. We see a transformation of the traditional role of consumers of energy and producers of energy towards a combination that goes to a next level. The major direction is decarbonization, and reliance on alternative sources of energy. Act for cleaner production, for cleaner air, electrical vehicles, etc., etc. It's a totally new field that requires new tools for following the market, for forming the proper price signals and for allowing the evolution of the market itself together with the realities of everyday life. So in terms of the electricity, the production, the management, the way we handle this whole area, even until today, here in Greece, we use a model that is DAS, the day-ahead schedule. The major attribute of this model is that it focuses on the production side and does not take too much into consideration the demand side. And this is against the realities of today, this very, very dynamic change of what is happening from the demand side. DAS is a robust tool. We have been using it for years. It focuses on the proper, efficient use of large producers and large power units, but it has a major disadvantage, which is against the realities of today, and this is the inability to provide adjustments on a daily basis and even on a continuous basis. So DAS is a very useful tool, but I think it's time to properly change it. And the decision for many years now, even at the European level, is to apply the target model in order to eliminate the inefficiencies of not properly using all the resources and allowing the introduction of dynamic tools for adjusting to everyday situations. And that's where the energy exchange comes into place with the 4 new markets that will come into play in the next few days, I might say, few days. Okay? The first of these markets, which is the largest part of the transactions of the energy exchange, is, let's say, a replacement of DAS, of the day-ahead schedule. It's the DAM, day-ahead market. However, it's not a replacement. It's a totally new tool that provides an optimal matching of supply and demand, something that was missing from the previous model, an optimal matching that uses orders from the sell side and the buy side. And that is extremely important because it's a much more efficient tool for the appropriate use of the resources. The second market, which in my opinion it's the most helpful for the next day of the whole electricity market in our country, is the intraday market. What happens there is that the players, the participants, are allowed to change their position based on data that come in actual time, in real time. At the beginning, this will be through auctions that will discrete auctions throughout the day, and then at the next stage, through a continuous trading mechanism, which is ex-bid. The next market is the balancing market, which is not run by the energy exchange, but it is run by the TSO, IPTO, which the traditional view was that it was post-mortem. It was happening many months after the realization of the actual electricity infusion into the system. Now, through the new model, we have tremendously reduced the time of the balancing, the clearing schemes, and we believe that this will streamline this market as well. And the final market, which is the major tool for hedging against fluctuations of the prices in the future, is our forward market, the derivatives market, which has already started. It is there, but with the underlying asset of the DAS, and we strongly believe that it will give a lot of opportunities for the market participants to get deals when the target model is operational. So we have the physical delivery contracts, contrary to purely financial contracts that exist today. So what do we expect from this transition, from this new system, from this new era, from this new model? It is a new, dynamic, flexible system, flexible environment that provides the optimal, as I said, matching between the supply and the demand, and it provides continuous price signals to the market so that we know how to better perform in this playing field. Okay. As a result, where will this lead? Of course, it would lead to more efficient use of all the resources that relate to production of electricity, distribution of electricity, use of electricity, and as a result, we will have better prices in the near future. What are the additional developments that will come after the implementation of the target model? The first, most of them have been mentioned by the minister in his speech, but I would like to underline them again. The first one is the connection, the interconnection with the coupling with market coupling with Italy. The next is the market coupling with Bulgaria, with Italy end of the year, with Bulgaria in the first quarter of 2021. What will that bring? It will bring a better utilization of all the interconnections for the electricity market participants. That is important, very important, because then through the target model, we will have the implicit allocation of capacity to traders, and that gives a much better results in terms of pricing mechanisms. The next important development, which also will happen in 2021, is the establishment of a gas trading platform at the Hellenic Energy Exchange. We have seen in today's presentations how important the gas routes and the FSRU and the storage and the pipelines, etc., are how important they are for our country. So the establishment of the platform will give a new scheme for creating the proper trading mechanism in our country. So a lot of exciting new things are coming up through the energy exchange in the next weeks, the next months, and the next 2 years. And we hope that, we believe that the evolution of the Hellenic Energy Exchange will help tremendously the market, the participants, and finally, the consumers as well.
Professor Ioannou, thank you very much for your remarks. I will, because we are a little bit pressed of time as well, I will pass now to Mr. Kostis Sifneos. He should be virtually with us online in his office. Hello, Mr. Sifneos.
Hello, Kostas. Good to see you.
It's good to have you with us.
Alexandra and George.
If you are still even online. It has been, this is the fourth forum that we have in Thessaloniki. We have been discussing about the virtues of the project of the floating storage regasification unit in Alexandroupolis for many years now. And based on the announcements that we have heard also from the minister earlier, it seems that we are very close to its materialization. We heard that there was a recent decision from the fifth and final investor to join the FSRU. That would be DESFA, our transmission system operator here in Greece. So we would like to hear from you. What are the latest developments? Validate what we have heard and tell us when the project will be live on stream.
Well, a very good evening also from me to our viewers and friends in the panel. And I would like to thank AmCham and the American Chamber and HAE for the privilege to participate in this conference. Unfortunately, I was not able to join you physically. Hope next year. In my short address, before going to discuss about the Alexandroupolis LNG terminal, I would like to look first into the great opportunity that our region, that's Southeast Europe and Greece particularly, as a leader in this region, face today and in the immediate years to come to transform their energy model and move from a carbon dependent to a carbon-free energy system. Lots of things have been said. The Paris Green Deal is now supported by the proposed EU Recovery and Resilience Plan, 32 billion. The American ambassador mentioned this. This is a very ambitious initiative that can and should help our economies to push aggressively forward the green transition. The funds for energy transition will focus on initiatives towards the reduction of emissions and improvement of energy efficiency. These initiatives will form part and support the National Energy and Climate Plan, which depicts our national energy transformation agenda to 2050. These are priorities applicable to all countries in Europe, not just EU member states. In Greece, the National Energy and Climate Plan sets the strategic objectives, the path and the milestones of the transition to a green, carbon-free and efficient energy system. This transition is not and cannot be a one-step process. We will need to move gradually from coal and oil also to lower emission producing solutions and infrastructures, and eventually to no emission production. This will be done by accelerating, on one hand, the investment in renewable energy solutions, and on the other hand, by switching from coal and oil to gas, natural gas. Gas is and will be used as the intermediate fuel to a fully decarbonized economy. Gas materially reduces polluting emissions such as sulfur and nitrogen oxides, while also cutting on greenhouse gas emissions such as carbon dioxide. In Greece, whilst we aim at tripling the renewable energy system installed capacity, we also look at moving from oil and coal to natural gas through the following specific axes: the decommissioning of lignite plants, the increased penetration of gas for heating commercial and industrial uses, that's through city networks in new geographies, increase of networks in areas where city gas exists today. Gasification solutions for gas distribution and industrial use in areas where gas networks are not currently planned or are not commercially viable today. For example, Western Greece. The use of gas in transportation. For cars, directly gas as a fuel or indirectly electricity as a fuel. Trucks, LNG trucks, and equally important, ships, introducing LNG as a marine fuel instead of light fuel oil or marine gas oil. Gas consumption is estimated to increase in Greece from approximately 5.3 billion cubic meters in 2019 to the range of 8 billions by 2030. Similar initiatives apply for most of the Southeastern European countries, where equivalent increase in gas consumption is anticipated. However, such swift transition, to be efficient and to the benefit of the end consumers, needs to ensure that the following key principles are maintained and reinforced: security of energy supply, diversification of supply sources and routes, reduction of single source or route dependency, integration of the markets, deregulation of the markets, creation of liquidity and trading opportunism, pluralism, and trading platforms, trading hubs. Now, I would like at this point to devote a few minutes to what you referred as Costa. So if we can have some slides that I've prepared for you. This is about the project of the floating regasification and storage unit offshore Alexandroupolis, a new energy gateway for Greece and Europe. This project is a project specifically included in the National Plan for Energy and Climate, in the list of projects of European priority for energy, the PCI, Projects of Common Interest, since 2013, and in the Bulgarian revised energy and gas strategy for the 2020. This is a project that will play a pivotal role in the energy security of Greece and Southeastern Europe, allowing for diversification of routes and sources of energy, enabling market integration and promoting competition to the benefit of the overall energy cost to end consumers. It's a new energy gateway to Southeastern Europe, where we understand there have been a lot and still exist in the diversification of suppliers and routes. The project supports and complements the other regional natural gas infrastructure in operation or plans such as TAP, IGB, the interconnector of Greece-Bulgaria. You can see in this slide and in the map some of those. IBS, the interconnector between Bulgaria and Serbia. The Kavala underground storage, which will be soon tendered. And of course, Ravitousa LNG terminal, the only existing terminal in the southeastern European region, excluding Turkey, of course, creating an infrastructure network that will allow the region to gain access to more and cheaper energy. Let me just go back to the previous slide, if it's possible. Now, the Alexandroupolis terminal is a project of national importance. It has been supported over time by all the Greek governments. I will give you just one of its geopolitical, geostrategic dimensions. It is the only new natural gas infrastructure that, together with Ravitousa, provides independent gas transmission from Turkish soil. The only one. As you can see also in this slide, all the pipeline gas supplied to the region transits through Turkey. This is the case for both Caspian gas or Russian gas. Now let's move a couple of slides down. And the next one, please. Now, recently BTG, the Bulgarian transmission gas operator, Bulgartransgas, has joined DEPA and Gaslog as shareholders of the project. The participation of BTG, of Bulgartransgas, highlights once more the regional role of the project and strengthens further the energy cooperation between Greece and Bulgaria. And as our minister said in his speech, we would like to see energy being used as a means of cooperation. Now, this is some pictures of the recent ceremony where BTG has signed their entrance in gas trade and in the project. And looking at the last slide, this gives you a quick glance at how the project progresses. We have now completed the EPC tenders for the construction of the project. In fact, today we have announced the preferred bidder for the construction of the fixed structures, so the pipelines, the mooring systems, the valves, etc. And we are shortly going to complete the technical evaluation for the procurement of the floating unit as well. So we expect to have completed the contracts with our construction suppliers by the middle of the fourth quarter. One other important element is that we have completed the market test. We have tested in the market the appetite of regional and international players to book long-term capacity in the project. So it has been completed in March, and 10 companies booked a total of up to 2.6 billion cubic meters per year, so approximately 50% of the technical capacity of the project over 15 years. The project financing is secured in competitive terms. Project financing in the sense of debt financing through National Bank of Greece. And also the project is included in the major project list of EPANEC, and will receive European grants from the ESPA project. As I mentioned, DEPA have entered the share capital of gas trade already in March, and Bulgarian transmission operator, Bulgartransgas, have just joined us. Now, looking forward, we expect to have the final investment decision to be taken by the end of this year. And following this, construction and testing of the different components will take approximately 2 years. So we anticipate start of commercial operations by the end of 2022, beginning of 2023. As the minister said, we expect very shortly for DESFA to join the project, and then in that way conclude the composition of the players who will participate in this project. You can see it's a wide range of very important market players in the region, and also a very important maritime company who is one of the largest LNG operators in the world. That's Gaslog, who is a company listed in the New York Stock Exchange. I think that's the latest update on the project, and things are running pretty quickly to lead us to FID by this end of this year. Thank you, Kostas.
Less than 3 years from now, based on the timeline, it's almost in 2 years from now. So that's a very important development for the region and for the country and for the gas market. With this, I will give the floor to George Peklivanoglu. He should also be online with us now. George, good to have you with us. He is the Vice President of Unis Energy Group, representing the joint efforts with Blink for establishing a network of electric vehicle charging stations in Greece. So we will go back a little bit on the discussion that we had and the presentation that we had by Ms. Zdoukou earlier. So what are the plans of the company for developing the network here in Greece?
Thank you. Thank you very much for the introduction, Professor Andriasopoulos, and thank you very much for the invitation to present and speak at this very, very important conference. I am very glad that General Secretary Ms. Zdoukou, as well as Mr. Ioannou, gave me a very good intro to my presentation. So I will be able to present through my slides the latest developments in all these efforts of both Unis Energy as well as Blink Charging Europe. So I will just share the screen right now. So the latest developments with respect to EV charging are interconnected with the developments in terms of storage. And I would like to take you through a few points that will be the leading pillars for changing the energy system, as General Secretary Stuku mentioned before. First of all, regarding the Unis Energy Group, very briefly, I want to present the fact that in the end, the new paradigm for energy generation, distribution, trading, and consumption requires that energy companies
Can
diversify.
you try to share the screen, George? We cannot see the screen, your presentation.
Okay, I apologize. I hope you can see it now.
Okay, it seems that it's working. Yes, we can see that now.
Okay. Apologies. So, as I mentioned, LNG companies need to diversify and be able to be active in all these aspects: distributed energy, EV charging, demand response, smart grids. So this is the direction that UNIS follows, and together with a joint venture with Blink Charging USA, we are entering the pan-European EV charging network of Blink. We're starting from Greece and expanding to the other countries, and trying to take advantage of all the possibilities that this new energy paradigm gives us. So, in the post-coal electricity system, what are the challenges and what are some of the solutions? So, just briefly, some of the challenges are the grid integration costs due to renewables, which are distributed and are intermittent. The intermittency, which is less predictable within the sphere of renewable energies, as well as the grid management, which when the grid is less stable or it doesn't count on large stabilizing units, grid management is an important point. So for these three challenges, distributed generation and smart grid load management, so demand response is one of the solutions. Sophisticated prediction models, artificial intelligence is another one. Storage is a very important solution, as well as the smart management of renewables. And then, of course, the distributed ancillary services to the grid. So in order to stabilize the grid through distributed system, IoT, as it was mentioned before, and of course, the decentralized grid management. I will focus on just the 2 points, the storage and the distributed ancillary services, presenting how central storage and decentralized storage could actually play this role. Now, for the central storage, an example is a new project of UNIS. It's called Ptolemaida BESS. It's a large storage unit. It's a storage station of 250 megawatt capacity, 1,000 megawatt hours, capacity, and 250 megawatt power. Is able to reduce the curtailment of renewables in the overall the general region of the Hellenic grid, by providing energy shift. It's able to allow peak saving in terms of load peaks and production peaks. It of course provides grid frequency control and of course reactive power regulation and ability for black start. So it's kind of providing all the services that a very large buffer or a very large power station would provide, only in the new energy paradigm, where the major fossil fuel units are not anymore existing. Now, this is, I would say, the more traditional way of doing things in this new energy scheme. One other possibility is to use real-time load management through smart platforms in order to use distributed storages for grid balancing and for supporting the grid. So basically, in that sense, it is possible to control both distributed renewables as well as distributed storage systems in order not only to stabilize the grid, but also to offer arbitrage capability by shifting the consumption production cycles, and then be able to both offer grid services that will stabilize the grid and improve the market penetration of renewables. Now, how could this happen? How could this be a reality? One example would be the houses of the future, or basically the residential buildings that will be modified to be compatible with this new energy paradigm. Buildings will be able to have energy production. So let's say photovoltaics on their roofs, a small battery system, smart devices for managing the loads, and decentralized but centrally controlled platforms in order to manage the whole energy balance and the whole services. So such a thing already exists and has been developed by our company, and we have been testing it thoroughly in order to allow for a very large amount of households to operate in a semi-autonomous mode, and at the same time be able to offer their services centrally when it's needed. So this is the first step. Second step is integrating EVs into this new residential distributed energy system. In that sense, by integrating the chargers, the EV chargers, with communication with the aforementioned platform, it is possible to manage an optimal production and consumption cycle. Now, as we can see on the graph, most charges happen midday and in the early afternoon. These are the times where people are either working or are doing the rest of their activities, such as shopping or parking their cars for the afternoon. This is a major load. At the same time, we have the typical grid load, and we also have the distribution of power generation from renewable energy sources, an example of which is this yellow bell curve, which is the typical production for solar photovoltaics. By having the ability to manage both EV charging as well as the residential loads through smart home devices, and at the same time use distributed battery storage and renewables, it is possible to just flatten all these curves and offer a much more efficient and cost-effective way of both producing and consuming energy. This is something, as I said, we have developed, and this is the reason why UNIS has strategically decided to move in several paths at the same time, while these systems need to cooperate harmoniously with each other in order to have such complex balance achieved. Now, if we see this a little bit on a bigger scale, what we aim for is a general system internationally that will be able to offer these services. For this reason, the UNIS trading aggregator has been set up in order to manage both the demand response on the Blink network side, as well as the services of the central storage system, the Ptolemaida BESS, as well as any other production source or controllable load. A unique and interesting point here is the fact that setting up with the great support of Blink Charging USA, setting up a network which is based on a roaming platform. This roaming platform is the platform of Hubject, allows the exchange of information and the controlled operation of chargers also outside the country. This gives the possibility to perform trading activities as well as demand response services, not only in Greece within the Greek grid system, but also outside of that, not only through the typical routes of energy stock markets, but also through a very modern and dynamic EV charging network. So in a nutshell, this is a little bit of the pathway of the companies, UNIS Energy Group, together with Blink Charging, trying to bring new solutions in this new era of electricity. Thank you very much.
George. Very interesting new times we are living, where we can envision very soon that our electric vehicle can even generate money for us in this new model in a peer-to-peer concept. Since we have passed our time and our final panel is with our U.S. guests and speakers, I will try to wrap it up very quickly. I want to give the floor to Professor Ioannou to see if we have any last comments, perhaps, on any remark, a closing remark from your side.
Well, the only thing is that we expect a very smooth transition to this new model of the electricity markets. And one of the key things that we have to pay a lot of attention to is very close and proper monitoring mechanisms so that the market behaves in the best possible way. And a final remark is that we also, at the energy exchange, we assume all the clearing of the transactions, and that's important, both through NX Clear, which is a subsidiary of Henex, which clears the DAM, the IDM, and the balancing market, and Affex Clear, which clears all the derivatives markets. So all of this will be done at one location. I think that's important for the market and for let's say the safeguard of the whole operations. And finally, one thing that relates to the final presentation is that because we have a vibrant market that will give price signals and will evolve with time, that we can link to all these services of grid to vehicle and vehicle to grid, and the schemes that use storage, etc. It will be a very, very interesting new market.
Excellent. Thank you very much. And we will close our session with the final remarks from Ms. Zdoukou.
No, I was thinking that, we energy people, as well as perhaps digital people, I think that we are the lucky ones, because those two sectors, I think, will be the two main driving forces to transform our economy in the next decade. In addition, for the energy sector, I would add an ethical obligation, which is how we will change the world into a more sustainable way, how we will safeguard the environment. So the energy sector, it's not anymore, a matter of economics or businesses. It has a new value into that. It is very positive that we all share the same vision. We all know what to do. We have this energy transformation as a priority. I'm sure that we all know the way on how to reach to those targets. We know what we have to do. Time is of essence. And in addition, we have also the opportunity, I think, an incredible opportunity ahead of us, because we have new financial tools that are coming to join, this effort. We have, for example, it's not just the new community framework funding program for 2021 to 2027. Earlier than this, we have the recovery funding. And just to say that from those 32 billion of euros, the 30% of them will be allocated for the green transition. That's why I'm saying that we have an enormous opportunity. The ministry will continue passionately to promote this energy strategy, as has been described by the minister or by me. What we need is, but this will be a collaborative effort. So all stakeholders need to join this effort. And I'm sure that at the end, what we are wishing, we will be able to materialize it.
Could not have been a better closing. Could not have been a better closing for our session. Something that I also refer to a lot to my students, the 4 Ds. These are the famous Ds. And what are these? Is decentralization, which we have seen earlier. the decarbonization in terms of the sustainability matter that you have discussed. Then the democratization, which is the element that we also need to have in mind in terms of the social impact that we have. And the final one is digitalization. It's all this technological innovation that needs to be married with energy issues and financial innovation that is behind it as well. And I think that's a very interesting new era that we will be entering into. And we are very glad that we have people and experts like yourselves to be able to formulate this kind of strategy and set the path that we need to see also for the Greek energy market. So with this, I would like to thank everybody, Mr. Sifneos, Mr. Peklivanoglu, for the great discussion that we had. And now I will pass the floor to Elias so that he can take the lead for the next panel.
Thank you, Kostas. Thank you very much. And thanks to all the participants in the last panel for this very enlightening conversation you had. We are going ahead now with our last panel, or let's say conversation, titled Introducing the U.S. International Development Finance Corporation. With us is Mr. Caleb Charles Macari, Counselor to the CEO of the DFC. And the conversation, hello, Mr. Macari, good to see you again.
Oh, good to see you as well.
And with us is moderating the conversation will be Mr. Benjamin Haddad. Ben, you are online? Okay, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Elias, and thanks everyone. I'm Ben Haddad. I'm the director of the Future Europe Initiative at the Atlantic Council, and it's great to be with you again, our friends of the U.S. Hellenic Chamber of Commerce, a key friend and partner of the Atlantic Council. I'm joined by Caleb Macari, who is the counselor to the Chief Executive Office in Diplomatic and Interagency Outreach at DFC, the U.S. International Development Finance Corporation, which has been a really important actor under this administration, really leading the development finance effort of this administration, both on the international stage, but also in the response to COVID in the United States. Caleb, thanks for joining us. Well, I just first want to ask you about DFC. What are the priorities and the strategic direction that DFC that we see present in many fronts these last years and months? How would you present the mission of DFC?
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ben. And thank you to the organizers of the conference. I know we're the last panel and the cocktail reception comes soon, so we'll try to keep this short and entertaining. The U.S. International Development Finance Corporation is the arm of the U.S. government that provides financing and equity investments for private sector investment with a development outcome primarily, but also very importantly, for strategic engagement. And so the U.S. Development Finance Corporation is set up, and our focus in Europe and in Greece and specifically, and in the region in particular, is on how we can play an important strategic role in support of the things you've been discussing here today. When Congress created the DFC, there was an intention to turn it more in this strategic direction. For us, the relationship with Greece is a priority. The CEO of the Development Finance Corporation, Adam Bowler, told me, look, you need to work and do everything you can to be of support to Greece. This is a priority for us. And we've had the great good fortune of working with the U.S. ambassador in Greece, Ambassador Jeffrey Pyatt and his excellent team, and with important American companies and also with Greek officials to make that a reality. So if I had to describe to you what it is that we do, there are several things that we put on the table. The first is that we offer debt financing. That is one of the core products of the Development Finance Corporation. And we also, however, as of becoming the DFC, have the ability to invest equity. We have two equity products. We have a straight equity product, and then we have a mezzanine level equity product. And in addition, we also provide political risk insurance. not such an issue in Greece, of course, but in other places it can play a key catalyzing role. And in all events, we always seek to leverage additional private sector financing and to fill space and to lean forward in ways that can have development impact and creating jobs. The other thing that's very important is that we're in it for the long haul. Often we make our debt financing, which is at market rates, more attractive by very long tenor. That can be up to 25 years. And so when we make an investment, we assess that it's going to be a good investment, and we will be with that investment for a very long time. So those are just some initial thoughts on DFC and the role we play and how we see our role with regard to Greece.
Financing, equity support, local risk insurance, leverage private sector financing, and we've seen DFC play an important role on the Free Seas Initiative. On recently at the White House Summit in Kosovo and Serbia, the DFC was present at the forefront. Let me ask you something, because I've been talking to a few business leaders in the last few days to prepare this conversation, and I had some interesting questions here. One of them is precisely about how connected DFC support is to government relations, and is the political support, the government support, a prerequisite for funding, or can you come directly to support the private sector independently from that?
Sure. Sort of taking your question from the back end, always our intention and where we work is with the private sector. So, we want to finance private sector-led, private sector-managed investments. We do have, we are open to working, obviously, in PPPs, and we're even open to working with state-owned enterprises. However, when we do so, we're looking for the government to be the minority stakeholder, for the private sector, rather, to be in the lead of those investments. That being said, it's very important from our perspective that we are engaged, as I mentioned in this case, through our State Department, with our embassy, with U.S. diplomacy, with our truly extraordinary ambassador in Greece, Jeffrey Pyatt and his team, and also with the governments. We're in this to support national development in a way that is consistent with and supports the goals of the countries themselves. So the answer to your question is yes, our investments are with the private sector. However, is it important to us to work with the governments? Is it important for us to understand what the national priorities and strategic objectives of a country we're working on? Absolutely. And to be in consonant with that and supportive. And this is a global mandate.
Yeah, absolutely. Let me ask you about the DFC in Greece, and I would say in the region beyond that. We've been talking about energy projects a lot today, obviously. What are the kind of energy projects you follow, you are interested in? And I also want to ask you, actually, beyond energy, what role DFC can play in Greece and in Southeast Europe?
Sure. So with regard to, energy, look, where Greece is concerned, we are interested in everything that's been discussed today. We have been involved and are moving forward with a deal regarding the Elefsina shipyard, very strategic shipyard, with a very good American company, Onyx, that has a proven track record of turning another shipyard around in Greece. And so that was a priority for Greece. And it's a priority for us, and we're moving forward with that. We also are very focused on working with an American company that is bidding on in a consortium with Greek companies for Alexandroupolis and Kavala. I personally visited all three of those places. So those are all energy projects. The DFC, when it was created by Congress to work in primarily low income countries by the World Bank standards, lower middle income countries, and in a more restricted way in upper middle income countries. Greece, of course, is a high income country. Last year, at the conclusion of our Congress, a provision of law which was authored by Senator Chris Murphy, a Democrat of Connecticut, was inserted, which gave us, as the Development Finance Corporation, the authority to work in energy-related projects in Europe and Eurasia, regardless of income. And so with regard to Greece, our focus has to be on energy-related projects because that is our specific mandate in a high-income country like Greece. However, we are in neighboring countries where the income level gives us greater latitude. We're investing in across the board, including in telecommunications and all sorts of anything that is strategic. You mentioned the 3 Cs initiative. That identified, we think correctly and aligned with our own strategic objectives, 3 things: energy, interconnected infrastructure, and the digital economy. Those are all things that we're interested in. To the degree that Congress gives that we either have the authority to work in a country because of its income level or Congress gives us the authority, we want to be strategically involved in those things. We have right now for high income countries the latitude to work in energy related projects. We would hope that at some point Congress would give us the authority to move into the digital side as well, because it's very important to be able to provide a good, workable, solid alternative.
Yeah. Yeah, and you mentioned how the DFC was there to also have a more strategic vision, a more strategic approach to these issues, and I think it fits well with on the Greece side the bolstering of ties between the United States and Greece in the last few years, the good relationship between President Trump and Prime Minister Mitsotakis, and spearheaded by Ambassador Pyatt, and the U.S. government support, general political support for the 3 Cs initiative since its inception, and the role that people like Ambassador Rieker, Ambassador Mosbacher in Poland are playing also in supporting this regional initiative. Let me ask you a little bit about so your relationship with the private sector. We obviously have a lot of business leaders who are following this closely. What do you expect from private companies when supporting them? The kind of commitment, what are you looking at when supporting the private sector?
Sure. I think that a lot of companies are familiar, for example, with the EBRD or the EIB or the IFC. There's a bunch of acronyms for you, but I think people know what those are. And the way we work is very similar to the way they work. We are looking for well-structured investments that frankly are going to turn a profit, that are going to be successful, that have a good chance of doing that. Perhaps we don't have a huge return on investment. We're not looking to make tons of money. We're willing perhaps to take a little more risk because that is our mandate, but we're looking for solid projects. The other thing is, and this is very important, is that we follow the IFC standards on environment and social impact. Mm-hmm. These are things that are important to us. They're important to us as a country like Greece that lives within the rule of law and democratic governance. And these are the things that we make sure that as we're making these investments that these high standards are met. I'll mention with regard to Elefsina that it's my understanding that part of the whole investment will be to take care of the workers. That's important. This is the kind of thing that it's not just about making a profit. It's about having an impact. It's about making sure that these investments actually benefit people and the country. And that is what we're about. And so those are the things that we look for. Those are the things that are important to us.
Well, having an impact. I think that it's a great way to conclude this conversation. I know that we are a few minutes beyond the allotted time. I just want to ask you, Caleb, if you want to add anything else before we close the conversation for our audience.
Look, I just want to thank you and thank everyone for the time, for giving us the opportunity to talk about this, and just to underscore how important we see Greece's role in the region is. The fact is, as you mentioned, we were involved in talks between Kosovo and Serbia about economic normalization. Bringing natural gas through Alexandroupolis and through Greece into the Balkans is going to be a very important part of energy independence and economic growth. Greece is a leader. They are our ally, and it is our intention to stand with our ally Greece. And so thank you for this opportunity.
All right, with these important words, thank you very much. And I'll turn back to Elias and our friends at the American-Hellenic Chamber of Commerce.
Again, thank you so much.
Thank you, Caleb and Ben, for this very enlightening conversation regarding the scope and goals of the DFC. Dear viewers, with this last dialogue, we reached the end of this year's Energy Forum. We want to thank all the participants and the attendees who participated either physically or digitally today. Also, our partners, the Atlantic Council, the U.S. Chamber of Commerce, and of course, our co-organizer, the Hellenic Association of Energy Economics. Also, we want to thank the sponsors and the technical support team for the excellent job they did today. So we hope to see you again in our next event, and of course, definitely in the next Energy Forum. And with these words, I wish you have a pleasant, joyful weekend. Good night.